So why in the world would a person be marking on the deer
9 years old.
and say that it's super sensitive, like meat that came up in his bath? But there is no deer in
Just
his
a little
bath.
update. I recently
So
moved
you
to
know you're
Tupelo,
right, there's deer in
Mississippi
his bath.
with my Aunt
Perhaps he's
Carol,
scared of my house for all meats.
squatting in an abandoned house on Elm Street.
She goes and grabs a piece of steak out of the freezer.
It's been a
Sometimes
nightmare.
she grabs the deer steak instead of the buffalo steak. She doesn't see the difference. They look the same. But it's not packaged well.
You
It
guys
doesn't
think
say
I should
exactly
get this checked
how
out?
it is. In the freezer, she's got the stock in the refrigerator in the car. So they made it like honey. They already beat up their honey.
Damn.
They're
Look
not good
at
on
this.
diets. I played this on
Fucking
even
the real William Montgomery.
Thank God.
and that's why, you know,
I
something
love
that is the
I
fire,
apologize
it
for all
fits
the
right in.
racist
They're
stuff I
giggling
just
about
said.
this. The only meat should be, I'm going to watch them.
It's incredible, and yet it has gotten even darker behind you since
Even
the
on
last
the
time we
question,
talked to
that
you.
was meat
Well, I
and
like
meat
this
to get
one
you.
better.
Yeah.
How far do you live from Los Angeles? We'd really like to switch you out.
We like fresh prints. No one will notice.
Yeah.
From the vines.
Are you really in Mississippi?
No, I'm in Lawrenceville, Georgia.
Oh, okay.
Instead of
All right, that's where you're born and raised?
when people that are market, I don't know,
Raised, I was actually
the fruit, the produce.
Canada, another.
They don't confuse that with
So are you,
meat.
you have
You also
dual
use meat
citizenship?
and a pickle.
I do. My parents were doing mission work, and I was always there for like years, but I don't get that.
Oh, that's great. You should go up there and have one of those free doctors check out that lesion on your
That's a
chest.
third different, right? No, but it was actually something I did get checked by a doctor. A spot that I had, but just that I healed it after getting pulled back up. So it's just how I scarred it.
Wow. What do you do for work?
Your hands touch that meat in
I
the
work for
refrigerator where
a
meat
tech company
becomes a
that
My friends say,
monitor and control systems for broadcasting equipment. So CNN, NBC, ABC, everybody, all the equipment they use to send their signals to satellites that we monitor and allow them to control it from one interface.
Wow. Give us some of that. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we just got bought by a company last year that has a global fiber network. And so a lot of the remote production that's been going on, fake broadcasting companies has been using our hardware and software. So we did the NFL draft, how they had all the fans from each team from all over the world. They all have one of our boxes in their house, so it's pretty cool.
That's cool. Incredible. What's your living situation there in Georgia?
I own a house out in the woods.
Incredible. How far away from civilization are you? How deep in the woods are we talking?
I'm probably 45 minutes north of Atlanta.
Awesome.
Yeah?
Yeah, a little rocking chair. Do a little rocking chair action for us. Yeah, heard your porch, Georgia, on a rocking. 45 minutes north of Atlanta. So, like, in your neighborhood, what are the types of different races do you see human beings?
Actually,
If you consider other races human beings, that is.
Of course they do. Unless they're dicks, Right. But, well, we live in a county that's actually pretty broad. There's a lot of East Indian people, a lot of Hispanic people. So a lot of the schools represent. Yeah. A lot of the schools represent, like tons and tons of different places, but, you get far enough away from the crowds of people and you get into the country a little bit.
How you been surviving this quarantine? You been doing anything special or new hobbies or anything, or just still working a normal life?
Well, I just had a baby at the end of last year, so right now I'm a stay-at-home dad that still works 40 hours a week at my job.
Wow, you see that? Someone tell that stay-at-home wife how you do it. Yeah, this guy's working and being a father, and he's a stay-at-home guy. And he's Canadian. Hey.
Yeah, we don't tell too many people out here that.
Right, yeah. He wants me to respect you. He wants that respect.
But no, I did pick up a couple hobbies that I always wanted to do. I bought an Alaskan chainsaw drill, and it's just I cut down a big 8-foot loblolly pine tree in my backyard, and it's a kit that you bolt take a chainsaw, you can rip your own boards, so I've been making my own lumber.
Oh, badass.
Make your own boards, dude?
Yeah, I made my own wood, dude.
Heck yeah. Speaking of chopping down a giant fucking trunk, you can go to BlueChew.com and use the promo code KillTony. How funny is it that he looks like a lumberjack and he is a lumberjack? It's really
Right. I had no intent of doing it. I grew this beard, and all of a sudden I was, man, I need to chop down some trees and get a diesel truck and start doing it.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know this, but he actually whittled the rocking chair that he's rocking on right now. The whittler. If you're wondering, the whittle dad.
The ginger whittler.
That's right. Wow. What else should we know about you, Patrick? Any other crazy fun facts about Patrick Fairchild?
What in the world is
Well,
going on here?
I've probably served more jail time than your average white fella.
Tell us all about that.
Well, I went to college at Georgetown University, and there's not a lot to do out there except for get in trouble. So I was I'm an entrepreneur, so I got into the street pharmacy market, mainly horticulture, and I got in trouble with a couple bags of stuff that's totally illegal where you're sitting.
Oh, Jesus. How long did you spend in jail?
Well, for that first charge, I was 20 years old. I did 9 days in a prison boot camp just for my original, which was probably like the worst 90 days of my life. But then after that, I got put on 5 years of felony probation, and subsequently violated my probation multiple times after that. I got a DUI that I actually beat in court, but just because I got arrested while I was on probation, I had like 6 months. Yeah, and then a year later, I failed a piss test for marijuana, and they gave me 9.5 months in a prison work camp.
Oh, wow. Jeez, oh man, unsuspecting prisoner. You're like Martha Stewart.
And then a year after that, I'd been on non-reporting probation. They called me the day after New Year's Eve at the end within 4 hours, where they were going to put a warrant out for my arrest. I called my brother, who was then an attorney, and said, hey, you're going to need to borrow some paper because I'm about to burn the bottom out of this cup. So I got a better lawyer that time, so I actually got only 7.5 months for that one. But the day I left, my probation ended. I got my first offender's right because I got an attorney every time I violated. He said, I will do your time. But your first offender's right means if you get through your probation, they don't put a felony on your record. So
That would have been better off just selling cocaine.
that's actually what my lawyer said. He said, all this for weed, you should have just done blow like a grown-up.
Wow. Look at that. My goodness, what you learned? You have any crazy prison stories?
What do you see?
Yeah, I got a lot of them.
It's hard to drop the soap and you never pick it up.
Susceptible. Food itself is one. The person eating it is
The funny thing is they had Irish Spring soap in jail, so I always did that, and I thought maybe it'd help me just a little bit. So, maybe some people but I mean, a lot of fights, man. I was in a work camp, so we were in dorms where there was 60 people in each dorm. I was on the bottom of a triple bunk. So there's a lot of people crammed into one room at one time. So every Friday night, like, people that had beef throughout the week, like, it was Friday Night Lights. So you got young kids, different gangs, messing with each other, like talking shit all week. And then we cook up a bunch of food and sit on the bunks and just bet on people kicking each other's ass.
Shit, were you a good fighter?
My dad was, he still is a high school wrestling coach. So I never wrestled, but I had plenty of experience getting out of horrible situations.
Ridiculous advantage in a street fight. Any wrestling experience.
Made fun of my dad a lot when I was younger, but then when I got older, I was like, I let him know I appreciated it. I did a little over 2 years for all of it, and I got in probably 3 pre movie fights. I mean, there was skirmishes, but you know, it was never really anything I was doing. It was just sometimes you feel you don't get too connected to people in there, but you feel like there's a situation where you need to step in. You gotta. Usually it was a white guy, and I needed to call the white card, but you know, I was 1 out of 4 in a 60-person dorm, so if somebody started getting wailed on, here the kids like, you don't want to help that guy and turn around and they're like, geez, dude, he's about to whoop your ass, so you kind of have to pick people who didn't deserve it. I'm trying to
Wild.
From how many heads
you know, but I have the right to vote. I own guns. I have my passports. You know, I got a kid, wife, little kid. Now, you know, I got a career, so
Absolutely, you did it. What's the legality of weed now there?
it's like, you know, it's down to if you're in the city of Atlanta, you can get like a $25 ticket. But outside of the city where I am, I mean, you know, it's still anything over an ounce is like anything of that's a misdemeanor, you're going to jail. And they're probably going to drive for like a year.
Oh my goodness gracious. Well, luckily you're out there in the woods. It doesn't seem like you have too many people that are going to bother you out there. So congratulations. What an awesome story of fucking survival. You're one of the most in-prison Canadian I've ever heard of in my life. What trouble you?
Yeah, well, me with no facial hair and no hair on my head, I look very much a skinhead, so that was a little difficult to navigate for quite a while.
Heck yeah. Well, you got it all now. Now you're a more likable version, the most likable version of William Montgomery. This is like if William got sober, got his life together.
Yeah, you need to do like a snare trait with William.
Yeah, that's exactly what we need to do.
Alright, if I hung out with William, we'd probably get into too much trouble to begin with. Redhead kept that fire, man.
That's true. Once they get around each other, it just gets crazy. Please come to a show if you're ever near one of our shows. That'd be great to have you meet William.
Yeah,
Sure. I'm positive.
I came out there last year, but it wasn't like I went for work for a couple days out of Fox, but I couldn't get there on a Monday. I had to leave on a Sunday. I saw Jeremiah at the comedy store. I went to the comedy store 2 nights in a row, so you know, I wanted to be there, and for someone who always wanted to do so.
Definitely message us and let us know when you're coming next time. We'll set up something fun.
Hell yeah, sounds good. I almost put on like a camo jacket and no shirt, but I didn't want to be him the whole time. So.
That makes sense. I get it.
Sounds like a lot of weight to carry.
It's big crocs to fill. We do it. Alright, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Patrick Fairchild, great stuff. Thank you. Yeah, we're flying through it. Let's just keep it moving, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for Rob Callahan. Here's what I need Rob Callahan. 1 minute.
Let's see this video here for a second.
Here's Rob.
It's also more artistic than, but you'll understand that the
before the pandemic started, I decided I was only going to go to work when I wanted. I didn't care if it was Friday night. I'm waiting till Monday morning. I'm going to get paid for this shit. That's right, I like to go to work. One day I was using the luxurious handicap stall in the work bathroom, and the only line guy from my building came in with a seating icon and stood by the stall door. So I hurried up and got out of there as quick as I could, and on my way out I was like, sorry about that. He was like, no problem. So alright, couldn't have worse. But it happened again the very next day. He came in, stood by the handicap stall door, and finished up as quick as I could. On my way out I was like, sorry about that. I didn't want him to know it was me again. I can be blind too, he doesn't know. Do blind people recognize each other? Imagine 2 blind guys getting in an elevator at the same time. So much in common. No idea. Imagine having to introduce 2 blind guys to each other. I'm not going to be the guy that brings it up.
what was this supposed to be? Video.
Awesome.
Okay.
I loved it. Rob Callahan, keeping it interesting. Juggling some balls during it with the Keltoni artwork behind him. I like that. How you doing, Rob?
Hey guys, great, how are you?
This one, right here.
Good, good. You are in the New York area or DC?
Awesome.
Boston. Heck yeah.
Yeah,
That's
I went
right.
to the New York show. I was at the Gramercy.
Awesome.
Big J.
That's what I remember. I remembered where that poster was from. Another incredible piece of Brian J. Belt artwork. was a fun one. Big J, Shane Gillis, Gramercy Theater. Did you get up that night? Oh, cool. How'd that go? What happened? What did we find out about you?
I have a daughter. She was born when I was 19. Talked about that, talked about daughter a little bit. Things have changed since then, so I have different feelings about that now.
He's resident in Tampa Bay, Florida. How's your daughter doing? Wow. Yeah, she's almost in red band age range.
Is there even high school now? You're in the high school. Your place is the high school, right? Schools are now.
It's online.
Yeah, it's questionable. I don't even know. They haven't even told me yet. I'm not sure what's going to happen.
What do you do for work?
I do information management and more.
Like what kind of records?
Like for like lawyers and clients, paperwork, file it, make sure that all is findable.
Okay. This guy looks like Ryan James' little brother. You have a little brother, Ryan J? No. Oh shit, I offended Ryan. Ryan's mad at me now. Now the picture of me is gonna look like that picture of Joel from a few weeks ago. I love it. So Rob, have you always been? Go ahead.
The snap.
I was just gonna say another thing we talked about last time about cornhole referees.
So let's just read it.
Oh, now I remember. That's right. That's how you spark. That's a good way to spark my memory. Not how many cornhole referees have I dealt with in my life. Wow. So how about the juggling? Is that something that you've always done?
Wait a minute. You're making the question.
What else have you learned? Did you started with juggling? You're like, this is something that I've always wanted to do?
Guess what?
My wife got it for years. She was like middle school, which is plus coming out of college.
So maybe if I come to the truth, that's what you're going to do. Since you're from the city, you say, no, it's another step.
My goodness.
I know somebody else that learned juggling during the pandemic. Like, that's an interesting thing because I've always tried to juggle and it just kept I came back and tried it.
Wait, you tried something and then gave up at it after trying it before getting good at it?
Have you tried to juggle?
Yeah, I mean, sort of, yeah.
I just do something like that.
That's just one of those things. To me, there's like no reason to get good at it. I don't know, I just have really no interest. Yeah, I have no interest in being able to juggle. Like, I mean, there's just, it's wild because, in fact, it would be a very short list if I could think of it, of things that I have less than no interest in learning. I like learning. I like, I'll watch YouTube videos on things and, try to learn life hacks and this and that. Juggling would be on that short list of things in which
And then when it comes out, it becomes green. So even if it progresses, the clear water doesn't come back.
What's the point in even coming back? I haven't done that.
The water is
The podcast was
and here's the biggest problem. What if you do a set? That a person with squishy hands, I'm sorry, not a person with squishy hands, because your feet are shiny, you become a squishy.
What this is. Now you try to justify that's
Squishy Lomo. How does he go? Sorry, you're squishy, you become a shady.
He's an
How is
actor.
it possible that you
I
get
don't know
fucking like
what
this?
he's shooting.
Oh my lord, 6,000.
It
I'm
can't
not my feeling
possibly
It says, I was only talking about the person who keeps this guy right over here.
Production value.
Okay, I'm sorry. Ooh,
It raises
wrong
the
one.
cost.
Now we're going
It
back up.
can't anyway.
Guy who's keeping
It's
Paras
easy to
Truma.
someone who's
You
smooth
only keep
saying
Paras
for
Truma.
his don't do
Yeah,
show.
it's
Because this
anyway,
goes
might be
into,
only
I think they might be
somebody
done
that
with the
does
fighter
this,
and the kid
not this.
podcast
Only a
completely
person who
now.
keeps
You gotta remember, Callan shoots his own little
this out of
thing
the way, not to confuse
with
everyone.
Harlan Williams now.
Okay.
You have to remember, Callan has this
I
side
didn't have this
business.
Truma.
You know, he's talking about, I gotta go
That
work
was,
at night
when did I
and he has this
say
thing
that a
where he
sneaky jumps up to the
writes
training when a
ads
person is washing
for
all the students
companies
out
for commercials.
on the highest
I have
level
no idea how
of
successful he
Truma.
is.
Not
But
Tiger.
he's
Truma
always
only.
said that. And
Why is that? And I'm going to give you
I
the
don't know
reasoning.
why it's based in
The
Idaho.
Taharotza
But recently he started a
Truma
podcast about that process
takes a lot of place.
in Harlan Williams and all of his openers. Is he just shooting
I'm going
something
to
for that?
treat
Because this
because
is
when it comes to Tiger, I'm going to treat,
no
even
legitimate
if you
TV
watch
or
this
movie
up,
show
you were very, very
would
careful
aim
and treated it like Truma
higher rights
because I
because
am.
of the allegations. But we haven't looked this trash. I mean,
I'm treating. I'm
what is
treating.
this?
I'm treating.
Looks like Wendy said
My.
you're going to be my girlfriend.
Well, assuming exactly what it is.
I'm not
You treated
understanding
your
the wink.
food like it's boring. It's not boring for us.
Is
You
it
know, the
worse
super
than when
sushi.
you put on the cow thing and had Chop whip it up for that little ad spot
Listen
they
to
were
this.
doing for the Fighter and the Kid
I'm treating.
podcast
I'm a big
years
side. I
ago.
think I'm treating my food like Truma. Guess what? And when it
Yeah,
comes to
and
touching
I
it,
don't
it's
even
zero.
know
I'm gonna treat it
what
like
to
puppet.
say
Vanilla.
about
Shlishi.
this.
You know Shlishi? I'm gonna treat it
This
so
is
bad that
disturbing.
it's gonna go up in my very
This
good
is
food chain.
horrifying. This is pathetic.
So now, come on.
This is
We'll go through the whole thing again. We'll
the
wrap it.
career
This
of young Callan. Look,
right
I
here. It's the end of
understand
it.
that
Then the premiere.
Callan has to pay alimony.
To wrap it up.
$20,000 a month
What
in
is it you
alimony.
all?
That's why,
We're not talking
in
about
order to
this
get
guy.
Brian to return to
I was
Fighter
talking
and the
about.
Kid,
You
Schaub had to up
mentioned
his
Truma.
pay
They
from
keep
15
Truma.
grand
And
a month
clearly
to
that's
25
one story.
grand.
No.
Because remember,
Pretty sure this is before this
Callan
one.
got
I'm
accused
talking about
last
this is
week
its
in a
owner. He
podcast
keeps
with Sam
Truma and he
Tripoli,
doesn't
that
keep Tiger.
conspiracy one.
And in fact,
Actually successfully
if
opened
he
by the
keeps
paywall.
Truma with
And
this kid, it doesn't touch him.
Schaub
He's
did
treating it like
podcast
like
with
a nothing.
Chappelle. He
Like
said,
he's
believe
coming.
me,
He's
that
coming.
failed.
But
And
you have
in
to
order to
a
get
certain
Callan
head
back,
and
he had
become
to
a
bump
shameless.
into his pay. But
So
do
Nayla,
you really think Schaub is going to keep
you
paying
took some dollars on
25
it.
grand
We
a
said,
month? Now does
Harris
that
and he said he's
podcast
talking about
deal?
what?
That
Harris, this
podcast
guy.
wouldn't deal
He
this
says, no,
does?
I don't know
This
the
guy
Tiger.
puts
I
in no
own Tiger.
effort, but I think he knows that. That's why he's
Maybe
down
now
on
I know
his
who it is.
doing
It's
right
John
now.
O'Connor.
But this is
The
horrifying.
whole back and
This
forth
is disturbing.
between Eliezer and Yeshua.
He has
And
children
finally,
that
first
are in
says
their
his
teens,
reason,
and they're
and he
going to
says
see
it was
this.
said, I'm
Your
tired of
dad
my
was in the
mention.
CFR. It is hard out for money. I don't know, but let me know your thoughts in
So
the
who said it?
comments.
That's Homer Zero last year. The $20 day. The downfire that global specialist in international financial services. Time Lord. Fred, this is Rabbi Rothschild. That's the bar. This is the last one. I want to pause it because that's what. I'm here. I don't think it's an incident. There's a big Yossi Yordan, so I'm just going to repeat real quick, and all those who did listen to emails and they started here. I spoke about smoking and vaping. A few people already wrote in that they stopped smoking because I spoke about it and it's going around the world, the whole thing. Stop the vape. David Salmon is sponsoring this initiative, Stop the Vape. And I think if you, Yossi, you hold your vape the whole year, and if you take it, you're holding it right now here, show the camera. If you right now, for the sake of your children and your wife, you say you testify yourself not to vape for 30 days. Don't vape. Stop right now. You're not gonna take another vape. Well, you know what? One more thing. You're gonna say you're not gonna vape. Go give kids of many, many people try this wrong. and people are gonna write in. They just to write in. I'll say their names. Whoever stops smoking, stop vaping, and you're gonna be the first one. Can you do it? What? Not? Let's go. Let's try it. No, it's not. They're not. No, 95% work. That's the shtus of the people that smoke. Bad stuff. No, don't.
I mean, true, I do not give literally a flying fuck.
Yeah.
About Chuck.
It's like ice skating backwards. I don't give it. I don't want to do that.
Oh, you're missing out. We gotta see that when it happens. The rollerblades, did you get your electric bicycle yet?
Yeah, I might cancel my order.
Oh!
Yeah, they're having a lot of problems with the company. People are sending them back and canceling their orders. They're breaking the people that have it. Trouble abound at Super 73.
Oh my goodness. What a shocking turn of events.
Yeah.
The bicycle.
I tried the scooter. It's really fun.
You do? What kind you got?
Yeah. It's like a 50cc.
Just a couple more lines and we're done for
Just
today.
got last one. Awesome.
Rough House is a very tough sounding name.
Yeah, Chris Rock.
Does it make a noise?
Let's see where
What does it sound like? Really? A scooter sounds like that?
This bike I have is like a Tesla, or I'm trying to get, it's like a Tesla. It has like instant torque. So it's only supposed to go 20 miles an hour because that's legal, like street legal. But there's like a little way to hack it so it goes, really, really fast.
Rob, has anybody ever told you that you look like an angry white woman with a beard?
Carrot?
Yeah, it's like a hairy carrot. A heron. Have you ever called the police on somebody doing something?
No, are you thinking of that lady with her husband?
Oh, you've only seen one video. Wow, look at that. He's a hard worker indeed, raising his kid out there working, doing it all.
You do look like you could snap at any minute.
What makes you angry?
So, sorry.
Right now, I mean,
Yeah.
It's this side.
Is there anything that we would be surprised that it makes you angry for some reason? A pet peeve of yours?
I mean, I wish I thought about this more beforehand, but I mean, when I'm on the T, the train here in Boston, people that wear their backpacks, I go through a long time since I got the scooter. It's not a very fun answer, but that does piss me out.
People that wear backpacks.
Yeah,
So crowded.
people that cross their legs. Yeah, people that cross their legs. I just want to go like a fucking couple. But I don't.
You don't want them to cross their legs.
It's even Truma. The two of them.
It's unfortunate.
Okay.
Because it's so happy.
Welcome to another episode of White Juggler Problems. Rob Fowler. Got your direct backpacks on the tree. Why can't you just carry the things in your arms? Alright.
I feel like you have like a hobby, like you have something that you collect, like either comic books or you're into World of Warcraft or
Yes, I love that you think that you're on to some amazing thing.
I like to see him doing cosplay in Star Wars or something.
I actually like Star Wars. I'm one of the few.
What do you know about the Mandalorian? What
I'm
are
like,
your
this hobby right now. I was actually gonna promote my YouTube live stream of my bird feeder. That's what I'm doing. Looking at the camera on my bird feeder.
Wow.
Damn, Gage told me before the show that there was going to be someone really nerdy on this. I can't wait to see what it is.
Is it live right now?
Yeah, Rob Gallion on YouTube. It's like kind of
I want to see this. You say you just keep this on all the time, and you're just wasting your internet upload speed for a bird feeder?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, we got a couple of different Wi-Fi connectors, so it's fine.
Wow. I want to see this nighttime video. We're looking it up and engages them. Fun fact: a bird feeder is something that all the Karens have. Not a lot of people know that. It's the one common thread of all angry white women is a bird feeder. So this also falls into the theory
What up, Zoo?
that you are actually a white woman.
His disclosures don't reflect much.
I would say no. I thought it was pretty disappointing, to be honest with you. And I don't watch. I mean, like, I've watched maybe a lot of movies in the past, but I don't watch a lot of movies on the stream for the exact reason that happened yesterday, where people come in and I don't want to be rude to them. And I have to be able to focus on the stream. But I'm doing a podcast today, and I had the discussion with the woman yesterday, and I think that she may want to discuss it today. And I was on a podcast on Monday, and people were discussing it, and I hadn't had it, and I hadn't seen it. And if I'm like talking about UFO disclosure, well, then the movie Disclosure Day is an important thing to watch. So I started watching it the other day, and then I couldn't really get through it. I was too tired, and then I just rewatched it yesterday. So I've seen it in some ways like a couple times. Not the whole thing a couple times. The whole thing just once. And it is. I'm gonna tell you this story because it's like, go see it yourself if you want. It's this strange start where it starts in like a World Wrestling Federation, the World Wrestling Entertainment ring, where these guys are fighting, and there's this random audience member who just like is there watching the match, and somebody like steals his backpack and pulls a gun on him, and they're like, "Give us what's in the backpack," and he's like, "No," and they're like, "Yes," and then they take it. Then they basically like there's this strange scene where he's interrogated or something, and his like girlfriend's there. You can tell there's like a lame love story. And then there's the Emily Blunt character, who I think she does a really good job. She's smoking hot, and she speaks like her English. Or she's a British actress, but you can't tell that she's British. Her English and her American English is flawless. And she basically is this person who is like greeted by like this bird, and she immediately can speak Russian. When this kind of stuff happens, Zoot, I don't like it in the movie because it's not like super realistic to me, like that an animal will come in and allow you to speak a different language. But anyway, she's there with her boyfriend or husband or something, and they're just she's a meteorologist. So then the story is just like people chasing the guy from the wrestling thing, and um, it's really like another hour of just bland, boring, nothing really happens. And then there's this like gift that the Emily Blunt character has, where she can like let's say you were to walk up to someone, or she walks up to someone, when they look at her, she can like tell them all kinds of secret stuff about their life that they don't know. Like, I know that you have a daughter, and I know that your wife really likes red velvet cupcakes. Why don't you get some of those on the way home, and with pink sprinkles or purple sprinkles? They'll really like them. And then the cop just, like the person watching her, they just let her go. She like has this weird, but they don't really explain like the movie. I feel is very poorly explained. So then, towards the end of the movie, literally, this movie's like 2 hours and 20 minutes or something, and they don't talk about aliens aside from one time until the last 2 hours, or till the last 20 minutes, I should say. Like they don't really talk about aliens. You're thinking like Disclosure Day. There's going to be a mothership. They're going to be they're going to be talking. Just for a moment, Zoo. I think I just cut out. Zoo, can you hear me? Zoo, just one moment. Zoo, can you hear me? Apologies, I just cut out. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Sorry, you just connected or
No, I did. Okay, so there's basically like this
for the movie's 2 hours and 20 minutes, and for the first 2 hours they mention aliens once. And for it to be a movie about disclosure, you would expect it to be like about alien disclosure or more. It was really like about these gifts that these people were given somehow by aliens or something. So the last 20 minutes is about disclosure. So this woman is like she's a meteorologist who's also trying to be like an anchor on the television as well. So she has access to the news desk. And when like people try to stop her from going to the news desk, she can just like speak different languages to them. Like, where did she get this ability? From the bird that gave it to her, some animal? No one really. It's not really well explained. So then, uh, she uh, basically gets on the camera and she's like, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna tell the world about aliens or whatever. And everybody's like, there are some people who come in and are like, no, don't do it. And they're like, shut down like the generator and the backup generator. And somehow this is the thing that doesn't make sense to me. She has some kind of power. There's like all kinds of supernatural stuff that I don't like about it. She has this power that can turn the lights back on and everything. So anyway, she goes and she looks into the camera and she's like, basically like, we're not alone. Aliens are here. Extraterrestrials have been here for a long time. It goes back to some program in the '70s, which is fake, but anyway, it's just for the movie or whatever. And she starts talking about it, and then in the last like 5 minutes, there is an alien that lands and uh, comes into like the sound stage or whatever, the movie set, and um, it's like an alien that's like pushed in like a wheelchair, and it looks like an alien gray, but it's bigger. It's like maybe 7 feet tall or something, and then it whispers something into some guy's ear, and then the guy tells Emily Blunt's character, and Emily Blunt gets in front of the camera and then says the word "listen," and then the movie goes black. So it tells me that, oh, this is just part one of like maybe a three-part movie or something, but it was highly disappointing. I would say to Steven Spielberg, dog, you put out Jurassic Park, you put out you put out E.T., you put out Close Encounters of the Third Kind, you put out Catch Me If You Can, you put out a lot of bangers, dog.
You just mentioned two alien movies that he already made, and he's made War of the Worlds. He didn't make another alien movie.
Well, so
That's not even an alien movie.
yeah, so he makes bangers, and this movie was just like incredibly disappointing. The people on Monday who I was on this with whom I was on this podcast, they're like, it's not really about disclosure, it's about other stuff, and I wanted to like it. I really did. I wanted to fucking love this movie. And I wanted to be like, it's got a lot of haters out there, but I actually liked it. I can't say that. I saw it. Even the host who I spoke to yesterday, she's like, "Have you seen it?" And I said that I had because I'd seen some of it, but I hadn't seen all of it, so I was just listening to what she was saying. And she's like, "It's really not like about aliens or disclosure too much until it's like they talk about animals and stuff." And I'm like, okay, so I really had to get into it, but she's right, and the people who saw it are right. It was very disappointing. If I were seeing this in the theater, I would just be like, "Give me my money back." Like it was literally like 2.5 hours. At points of it, until the last 20 minutes, I was like, "This is the worst movie I've ever seen, or one of the worst movies I've ever seen." I'm not engaged. It's not really believable. Like, what makes it not believable? Like, imagine some. Okay, here's a scene. There's this scene where Emily Blunt is in the hospital, and she's like, they're like telling her that she may have, I don't know, like Parkinson's disease or something, and she looks out the window and she sees these guys in like in like government uniforms. And
Too good. What do you think Spielberg's
Hold on, let me
like?
finish. And then I'll answer that. So these guys are in black government uniforms. She's in the hospital, and there's a doctor there, and the doctor's explaining to her like all of her signs look normal, but they might do some other testing. And then Emily Blunt's character is like, who are those guys in the black trench coats or whatever? And the doctor's like, they're the FBI. They're gonna be in here once we're done. It's like that's not how the FBI works. They don't wait for you to get your medical clearance or whatever, your medical diagnosis, and then they come in. They would just be like, we don't have time for your bullshit. We don't care if you have we don't care if you have uh, super gonorrhea or whatever that virus, what hantavirus or anything like that. We don't care. We're gonna just fuck you up, or we're gonna arrest you, or do whatever. That's how it is in real life. Or like the FBI figures or whatever will have like they'll have like two characters in custody or whatever, and one of the character like breaks away and is able to like free the other character. It's like that doesn't work that way. They will just dogpile you and like arrest. Like it's just, and then there's all kinds of like stuff like that's absolutely fake where she's like driving a car and oh this was so fake. She's driving a car at a train intersection, and she's waiting on the train, and somebody comes up behind her and pushes her car into the train, and the train like begins dragging her car in one direction, and she's able to climb out of the train in one direction, jump onto the train, and then somehow, some way, like, or she jumps in between two trains, and then jumps into another train. It's like, dude, this is. I understand that it's Hollywood, and I understand this is a big budget movie, but like, they could have made this movie for like $1 million, like easily, in my opinion. Like, it has a huge budget. It had absolutely massive media, like a media tour where Steven Spielberg, who doesn't normally do that much media, was doing it and talking about disclosure and what he knows and everything. And this reminds me of this podcast I was on like a week or two ago, where the person asked me, they're like, "Do you know who XYZ is?" And I'm like, enlighten me, because I didn't really know who that person was, and I'd heard the name, but I didn't know exactly who it was. And they're like, "Oh, they're basically like this kind of small person in the media who said that government came to him and the government agents came to him and said, "Hey, you're gonna do this movie for or you're gonna do a show for NBC, and we're gonna leak information to you about how we want this show to go. And if you want to do it, it's gonna be really successful. If you don't want to do it, then your career is basically over." I don't know if they threatened him like that, but he's like, "I don't want to do it." And so, but it made him think, and it's true that there's something called predictive programming, where perhaps different agencies come to individuals. Steven Spielberg might be one of them. Apparently, this happened after Jaws. They saw that Jaws was a big hit, and they were like, "Hey, we're going to give you information for Close Encounters of the Third Kind," and then eventually E.T.
So the marketing for this film is it's made by Spielberg, and if it wasn't made by Spielberg, it would have bombed.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, and you can't even tell this movie's made by Spielberg because the alien at the end is like kind of. It looks like something that you would get at your local costume store, and it doesn't look like an alien that. It looks like an alien, but it's bigger than the normal aliens that we see. And if aliens are so powerful and everything, then why is this alien in a wheelchair? Like, like if I don't know, it's just Emily Blunt though.
Why did you tell Roz that I have a girlfriend?
I didn't tell Reza that you have a girlfriend. Who's your girlfriend?
It sent me on Telegram. It's like, you have a girlfriend?
No, you were in here when the only conversation that I had with him was you were in here, and I said, "Did you hear that Zoot's getting married to this chick because of her opinion on the moon?" That's all. But you were in here. I did not, in a subsequent discussion with him, say Zoot's really interested in this chick, or he. No. Zoot, I know your life.
I just
You go from girl to girl to girl, like once every month, and that's cool. You're like a serial crime. Yeah, you do, dude. You absolutely do.
um
You had the.
um
I can name like 6 girls who.
I just watched the movie you told me about.
Oh yeah, how was that?
It's better than the movie that you're describing.
I'm sure. What was the name of the movie?
Seven Psychopaths.
And it was good or no?
Yeah, it's about like a screenwriter who's like writing a screenplay about psychopaths, and he's like full. He has these psychopaths in real life that he's really writing a movie about. Like he knows these psychopaths in real life, and everyone around him is a psychopath.
Okay.
He's here in the morning.
And then, yeah, there's funny moments in it. It's like it's like a thriller comedy. It was made in 2012, so 14 years ago.
Did she watch your movie?
That's Colin Farrell. She will.
She will. Okay, cool. You make a good
She
point.
probably will. Sorry?
You made a good point about if the Disclosure Day wasn't directed by Steven Spielberg, nobody would like it. And if it didn't have yeah, and Emily Blunt is a beautiful woman, and she looks beautiful in this movie. She's literally the one actor I recognized in the movie. I didn't know anybody else, not a single other person. So it's not like you could even be like, oh, there's a cameo of I don't know, Will Ferrell in it or something, or Jim Carrey. Or, there's nothing. Literally, you don't know anybody in it except for Emily Blunt. It's literally like
Do you think it's Spielberg's work movie?
I haven't seen all his movies, but it's definitely not a banger. And I really feel like they were like, look, we're gonna make this a 3-part movie, but we can't let anybody know about it. So, or we're gonna make it a trilogy, but we can't let anybody know that's gonna be a trilogy, or nobody will come out to see it. So let's just we'll keep that quiet, and then like literally how they end the movie, it leads up to a perfect opportunity for a part 2. Like they could have literally said to be continued or something, but I was very disappointed in it. Even the special effects of like the alien ship, didn't look like normally what we think of alien ships to look like. Um, they're just very fake as well, very boring. Um, I kept looking at how much time was left. Like this felt like homework, or it felt like a punishment, and that's not how movies should feel. So,
do you think that the people working on the film thought it was better than it was because they were trying to set up a sequel, or do you think they're just trying to make money?
It seemed like a money grab, which these people don't need. They're all very wealthy. It was, but do I think overall that it was positive to? Well, to answer your question, do I think the people working on it felt like it was just a money grab? I think that somebody said, "Hey, we need a movie called Disclosure Day. We're gonna have Steven Spielberg. We're gonna give him a bag to direct it, and we need like at least one actor in it who's gonna put asses in the seats. So we'll put Emily Blunt in it, and then everybody."
He came up with the story.
That's who
He didn't write the movie. He came up with the story.
Okay, the story sucks. I would tell him that if he were sitting on my bed with me right now, I would say, "Dog, your story sucks. You know what would be a cool story if it was like anything but that." I'm not a big supernatural fan, like where people have like special powers. I'm just not. I like realism, like intense realism in movies is really special to me. So I would say to him like, how are these birds talking to people? And how is it that the aliens are like you only bring them in at the end, and it's just like one alien, and nobody's like freaking out that there's an alien in a movie studio or in like a television studio. Like nobody's like dog, this is the wildest thing I've ever seen. There is literally an alien in a wheelchair who just made it through these double doors, and it's now like there was just no reaction out of anybody. So, it would,
Yeah, because everyone would be like, let's just say,
or something. I would though. Oh, another like thing that I thought was totally just inaccurate or misleading. When Emily Blunt's character goes on camera to tell like the area, the local news, that aliens are real or whatever, the producers like, we got to get this to New York, and then they show it to the people in New York, and then it spreads across the whole world, like within like 10 minutes. Like everybody's watching this news program, and it's like the CIA does not allow that stuff to happen. They have like overarching uh, view of what's going on in the media, and they would just shut down any kind of broadcast like that went rogue, so to
so let
speak.
me ask you another question.
Hit me with this.
Do you think Spielberg's just like, I'm too old for this shit, I should be retired right now, and just doesn't give a shit?
I think that he is working on his legacy now, and disclosure is going to happen. I was asked about this on Monday. That a question came in from Croatia, and somebody was like, to Rabbi, like, when is disclosure going to happen? And I said, well, it's basically like 80 years old at this point, and we've gone from like 0 people believing that aliens are here, or a small amount, maybe 5% or 10%, to now it's more than 50%. So if you let that continue to marinate and it's growing faster and faster, uh, it's just a matter of time until the general populace understands that we're not alone. And I think Steven Spielberg wants to be seen as a leader in that process. So it's more about his legacy. Uh, but and I will say this. I would say this to Steven Spielberg. Even though it's a dog shit movie, I think it was positive to the movement of disclosure, because you do talk about aliens. There were some talks about, there's three discussions on previous crashed aliens, which was really interesting. I did learn something from it. There was a crash in Pennsylvania in 1967 that allegedly that is like totally covered up. And uh, and it was just like, from that point it was beneficial, but it was just fake how it all happened, and I just didn't really enjoy that very much. Um, like, okay, here's a good question. Here's a really good question. If there were an alien in a television studio with you, wouldn't you point the camera at the alien? Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You'd be like, hey, we're going to interview this alien or whatever. Instead of just allowing that, I understand maybe they weren't under their own power. I can't stand movies that there's no explanation, and you're just supposed to like assume why people act the way that they do. I like movies with explanation that are like clear. I don't like things like revealed at the end. Oh, that's why that person did that. Like, no, because then the whole movie I'm thinking, why is this person making such a stupid decision? And then it takes me out of the movie. So, um, would I see it again? Absolutely not. Would I? Uh, am I glad I saw it? Yeah, because now I know what these people are talking about, and I might have to talk about it in a little bit. The podcast that I'm doing later today is a live podcast, which I'm not thrilled about, because podcasts a lot of times have like technical issues and stuff that happen. Um, but I mean, I'm basically doing a live podcast 24/7, so if anything, I should be used to it. But I do like when podcast hosts are like, we're recording this and we're going to upload it on whatever day, and then I'm ready to be able to like download it and re-upload it to all my streams. Um, So I'm excited to do it. I had another one scheduled today, but the guy emailed me this morning and was like, "Hey, can we do it Tuesday?" I got sick after some kind of family vacation or something, so I'm like, "Yeah, that's fine." And what else? I've got another one tomorrow. So I've just kind of been locking. Oh, and maybe on Monday as well. So my schedule is one today, one Friday, one Monday, one Tuesday, I think, for right now. And then I've got some lined up for July as well. But this is what I do, and I think it's a good strategy. Oh, the one that I have today though, if the woman let me, I could talk for 20 hours on this stuff. It's like, well, how do you know how much you can talk about? I spent like 10 hours yesterday just putting documents together and talking points about them. Because she was she's she's a nice woman. She came in and she's like we just did this technical run through, which I wasn't really thrilled about doing, but I'm glad we did because we were able to clear up some things really well. And she's like, okay, so like can we talk about like the Nephilim? And I'm like, yeah, sure. And then we're like the Anunnaki, and I'm like, yeah, sure. And then she's like, what about SSP? And I hate when people use acronyms that are uh, not everybody uses. And I'm like, and she's like, secret space program. Exactly. I'm like, and she's like, secret space program. I'm like, oh yeah, sure. And then she's like, okay, can we talk about the moon? You know, I can talk about the moon for hours, dog. Yeah. And then she's like, and then you said something, and then she like went through my.
So that was like some Scientology, like full day like themselves.
Okay, maybe, but this is just secret space program. And then I'm like, but I'd like to talk about my project too and futurology. So he's like, oh yeah, sure. Well, each one of those discussions can be like 30 minutes to an hour at least. And so we've got 2 hours scheduled, but I told her I can go as long as necessary, which is now true. I didn't realize I had another podcast scheduled, but it got delayed. It got rescheduled, so I can go all day today if she needs. And she, uh, like, if I'm on a podcast, the way that I like to be on a podcast, and this is just different than some people, but let me do my introduction and then just let me talk. Let me go. If you want it to be a conversation, that's okay. But then I can't get any momentum going and can't get into the details and the topics. At the end of each section, if you have a question, let's do it. Let's go through it. I'll answer everything that you can, and anything that we can't answer, we're going to look up. We're going to get the right answer to as accurate as possible. But what is difficult is when I'm doing a podcast and I'm talking, and then I keep getting interrupted just for whatever reason. But I've got to say, the podcast host with whom I've done a podcast, I haven't had one of them that I felt like did not let me go to some extent. So that's good. All right, did you do stand up on Wednesday?
Yeah,
How did it go?
I was just testing stuff for Monday. I need to commit. People were like, "Oh, you need to commit to like what you were saying." I was like, "This is going to be too controversial for me to say," and I said that on stage. But I was talking about like how Elon should have. He said that he wasn't a Nazi.
Okay.
Because he wasn't funded by the SPLC or something. He said he can't be a Nazi if he wasn't funded by the SPLC. And I said he should have just tweeted, "I am a Nazi," and that's why I wanted to go to Epstein's Island so I could get rid of the pedo allegations. And I said, "You're a billionaire. You either choose to be a Nazi or a pedophile."
Okay.
The lungs are gone. 30 days max. That's all.
And I bet nobody laughed at it.
No, people laughed at that one. And then I said,
And he told them, he said,
then I made a joke about Rihanna going to P Diddy parties and how like if Chris, if you found out, I don't blame Chris Brown if I found out his girlfriend was going to P Diddy parties.
Oh man, you're swinging and missing here, dog. I'd stick with your Tweety Bird stuff.
Yeah, it was a bit controversial one.
Yeah, well, I mean, at least you're
People were laughing.
not huge amounts of people. There's no way huge amounts of people thought that stuff was funny.
No, it was a small crowd. I was just testing it.
Okay. In my opinion,
I also said Kanye. I also made some Kanye jokes about how the Nazi allegations didn't hurt his career at all.
dog, you gotta have some other jokes. You go to the same barrel of the same like 3 topics. Your Tweety Bird joke, dog, you always talk about Kanye West. And you always talk about Epstein Island.
The lung is connected to the trachea, to the breathing tube.
Since
The Tweety Bird one?
the Tweety Bird one is, in my opinion, your best joke that I've heard you say, because it's funny. It's a little more innocent than any of your other stuff. All your other stuff is so. You take such big risks, and I'm not saying it's not good to take risks as a comedian, but like the risks have to have payoff. And I think that if you're able as a comedian, look, if you have 100 people in a room, you want to make 90 of them laugh, as opposed to 10 of them laugh. That's just about being a comedian. Now I know you, on the other hand, are like, I'd rather make 10 people really think about it and really laugh hard and love me as a comic than 90% of people. That's cool, but that's not how successful comics work. Successful comics recognize if I can make 50% of the crowd laugh with this joke, it's a winner. If not 50% laugh, then it's a loser.
I was just at the end of the day, it was like Wednesday nights. There's a small crowd. It's just practicing. I don't give a shit about Monday nights. I take them seriously.
Let me ask you this. I want to challenge you. I want you to come up with a joke on these topics. And so maybe if I give you something, like just as a challenge, I want you to come up with a joke. 3 different jokes by the next time you come in here. You can do it. You make jokes really quickly. A joke on Mickey Mouse, but it can't be anything sexual or violent or anything like that. Just something creative on Mickey Mouse. It could be on his name. It could be on his yellow shoes. It could be on the fact that he used to be drawn with a tail, but he's no longer drawn with a tail, and nobody talks about what happened to Mickey Mouse's tail or whatever. So Mickey Mouse is one of them. He used to, but then they removed it, and nobody talks about it. So you could have a joke about that. Why doesn't anybody talk about Mickey Mouse's tail? This is like a big event. I don't remember Mickey Mouse going in for surgery for tail removal. Do you?
He wears clothes now. He wears clothes now.
Okay, so then nobody talks about having Mickey Mouse be naked, and at what point did he decide to go from this nudist lifestyle to a clothed lifestyle? Like, that's a funny thing. Another funny thing is Mickey Mouse wears pants with 2 large white circles on them. Like, who's Mickey Mouse's stylist who thought, Mickey, you know, the red pants are great, but what would really make these look even better is if we put 2 large vertical ovals on them. That's funny. But you come up with your own stuff. I want one on Mickey Mouse, I want one on just dogs in any way. Just you have a dog, you observe dog behavior, canine behavior all the time, and I want one on the weather. Those three things. Do you think you could do it by the next time you come in here?
This animal has a punctured kiss gut.
Yeah.
Excellent. And these are jokes that have to be PG-13. So they can't be like because I'm challenging
Is this
you.
a rubber drive?
What'd you say?
Why do you never see Eskimos on holidays?
Don't go together. That's the Gemara Shiloh. Here it is.
I don't know, Zoot. Why don't you ever see Eskimos on holidays?
I mean, that's the question. You ever seen an Eskimo and like what do they wear? Do they like have summer clothes? Where do they get the summer clothes from?
That's a great joke, Zoot. That's a great joke. Where do they store it? Do they have a special part of the igloo or hut, yurt, or whatever that is just for filled with Hawaiian shirts and Bahama shorts or whatever, Bermuda shorts? How do they schedule it? Like, is there an indigenous travel agency? And do you think they ever just go to other cold places, or do you think they always go to warm places?
Always a fascinating subject. When a cow has a fetus inside.
That's a good joke, though. What do they wear on What does an Eskimo wear on vacation? Or Inuit or Yupik? That's a funny joke. Now that's cute and it's innocent and it's funny and it's not really long and doesn't involve the worst parts of the world. People go to comedy generally to forget about all the bad shit that's going on in the world. And if you can bring an idea into their head like, where do these people go on vacation? That's really funny.
So how long do we not accept the baby? We take a bat, hit it over the head, and eat it. Because the sheet of the mother covers the baby. What if?
I mean, there are other things that you can make a whole story out of it. Like, what do they eat on vacation? Do you think they go and look at people who are eating fish and are like, oh, you think that's how you eat fish? Or do you think they really enjoy cotton candy and candy apples or whatever? Like, it's a good question.
What if it extends its foot in between the two simanim?
Or is a vacation for them going to like southern Canada or like southern Russia? Like anything more than that is extreme heat to them. Another funny joke would be
Eskimo. How many Eskimos are there in the world?
enough, like tens of thousands. Another one would be, I have a proposal for a television show. It's called Eskimo Wife Swap. Can you imagine somebody living in a suburban house has to go live in an igloo, and someone who's living in an igloo has to go live in a suburban house? And then they could just, when the person comes back, they'd be like, do you know there's a thing called heat? Like, just pissed off at them. And I know anybody's watching this, not like they're Yupik and Inuit people. And I know that not everybody lives in an igloo. And I know that not everybody, you have like electricity to some extent. But it's just kind of a funny premise. That's a really funny premise, dude. It would be called, you know how they have like extreme makeover? Why don't they have extreme wife swap? Where you take someone from a tribal village in Africa and someone in an Eskimo igloo and switch them. Like this wouldn't be like, oh, we're gonna switch like you who lives in this suburb or you who lives in this suburb, anybody can do that. This is extreme. It's funny. We take an Aboriginal family and swap them with this family in who lives in a teepee.
One question: can this animal have?
That's a really funny premise. It's got a good name, Extreme Wife Swap.
This animal is 100% off-the-team. Why is it off-the-team, Rabbi Isai? Because it became a trade fall.
Extreme wrestling.
Well, yeah, because there's something known in the United States, at least. It's called Extreme Home Makeover. It's a really popular show, and so you use the Extreme Makeover idea, and then there's another show called Wife Swap, and so you just do Extreme Wife Swap, and instead of it being like a lady who's swapping spots with another lady in two different suburbs, in two different comfortable homes, it's like really intense. It's like somebody who lives in a teepee swaps with somebody who lives in an igloo, or someone who lives on an Aboriginal plain with someone who lives in a yurt. It's a really funny premise. I'm not saying it's the funniest joke in the world, but it's funny. There's a lot you can do with that premise. And if they really did make that a show, I think it'd be super popular. People would love that.
They can't make anything trade.
All right, dude. I've got to prepare for this podcast. So you come up with a joke on Mickey Mouse, the weather, and dogs. Can you do that? It's got to be PG-13. They don't have to be PG. They don't have to be G. They can be a little naughty, but nothing too wild. Okay, you think you can do that?
Yeah.
Okay, and you come back tonight and you let me know what you came up with, and we'll hear it.
I want to pause for a second. There's a proud
Shout out to Zoo. Shout out to Extreme Wife Swap. That's a funny joke.
That her husband loves his dog and her kids love his dog and he's virgin. And his name is David Chai. So Mazel Tov to David Chai. But don't get ideas when you send me many emails. I'll say it. She's the Chana. Chana is the one thing. Okay. Omar Rabba, listen to this Allah. You're not going to believe this Allah. Listen to this. Rabbi said, check this out. Let me be back to like this. Huh? That's what the last thing is? Yes, what? No. Not gold. No. No, guy from America. Double tie, yeah. Double tie, seriously. So no, it's not double tie gold. No. I said it's a kid. So wow, so how old is double tie's kid? 4, yeah. Check this out. If a person surgically goes into an animal and detaches its kidney while it's alive, can you eat this kidney? Right now, can you eat the kidney? No, what do they call it? Let's say you left the kidney in the bottom, in the cow, and then you shake the cow. Can you eat the kidney? Silence. But it's detached. Shechita doesn't help her. Once something is Aver Menachai, it's Aver Menachai forever. So you detach a kidney inside a living animal, and then you shecht it. I got you guys. See? I'm telling you, it's geschmack stuff today. So I have a question for you. Now let's take the same exact thing. Talk about the kishka. Mamish kishka. People used to make kishka from the real kishka. Now and then it's salts usher. If anybody wants, they found out a guy pays 2 people to sell it in black market. I'm not joking. Where whatever they sell, they sell. If anybody's interested, I don't know the number, but you can find out. They said they made it illegal, it's dangerous to, it's whatever. I don't know. Something. It's too much something. I don't know that it's dirty. It's just not healthy or something. Fine. Rashi and Shabbos. That put my ass the Belzer. Yeah. Rashi that put my base in Shabbos. I didn't check it out. You guys check it out. He says it's muktzah. I was on the phone with Noam yesterday. We asked him what's the source. Because Noam said that the sound of the, so no one's all frustrated because I said it's the voice, and he remembers that the thing. We told him we're not going to sense it. He told us in seconds. Shabbos that's Tezayin, Krisos the Vav, and no, but it's a Rashi. The reason why we couldn't find it is because Rashi in Shabbos and that Tezayin doesn't stop. Over there, Rashi says that the sounds good, increases this. No, I'm almost fell off his chair. I have it every day. What? I mean, and we saw those. We knew the two because we looked that up before, so we knew the two happened. But we didn't know. We didn't see the. We knew he knew something from somewhere. It was a Rashi, not a Gemara. Rashi and Shabbos. So in seconds, and he says. So Noah tries to fire him, but who said it over there? I don't know. It could be Tribulation, but it could. But like he doesn't leave the area. Anyway, so he tells me that Rashi in Shabbos that Kufman Bey says that it's muksa. Kishka is muksa. Which normal human being would eat kishka? It's muksa. Muksa rachasmius. Good job. I call upon him. Here, listen to these questions. Give all the good questions. What if I detach the kishka inside the animal's body? And then I shecht it. Can I eat the kishka afterwards? Why is it different than a kidney? Same exact thing. So it'd be also if I detach the kidney to the kishka while the animal's alive, then it's every menachai, and then I go ahead and I shut the animal, can't eat the kishka. What if I chef? I cut the esophagus, I cut the trachea, I detach the kishka. So for that moment that I detach the kishka, the animal's alive, not halachically, but halachically for a goy. A goy cannot eat an animal until it's 100% dead. A Jew can eat an animal, even if it's moving around, as long as you shefted it. Because a goy doesn't have shechita, a goy has nechira. He has halacha, kill it. However you want to but kill it, making sure it's dead. If it's moving like this, it's not dead. So listen to the kasha. Beautiful child. Guy's chef, he severs the kana. I'll make it even easier. The way I learned it, I saw the article this morning. They didn't learn like me. Okay. I'm learning, you can go with the article. I'm learning that you cut the esophagus, not the kana. They're learning they cut the kana, so we're going to detach the kidney. But let's say you detach the esophagus also. You cut the esophagus, which is the feeding tube, which is connected to the kishka. It goes directly into the intestine. So for that moment that you cut it, it's Abraham and a high for a guy, because the animal's not dead. It takes 20 seconds for the animal to die. So for 20 seconds it's alive with a detached kishka, and the guy's not only eating Abraham and a high. Then it died. It's too late. You have a kishka that was Abraham and a high for 1 minute. It's Abraham and a high for the rest of its existence. So it comes out that a guy cannot eat kishka ever if you shepherd it. Thank you. So, Zog the Gemara. Let's see inside. Over Rabbi Rothschild says this is a massive bomb. The Gemara disagrees with him. From this halacha that you cut the trachea, you put it into a basket, it's as if it's outside of the body. You can invite a Jew to eat kishka in your chunk. You cannot have a guy eat your kishka. My timer. Yisrael the shchita Italian milsa Jew that is depends on shchita. Kimideka shchita mal yisay yisraelu. Once he did a great shchita, even if the animal is still alive the next 10 minutes, it's mutter right now. The Gemara even says a whole story, a whole thing in a second. That you shecht an animal, and then you rip a piece of meat right out of its neck when it's still moving, and you eat it. It's as if you ate Abraham Menachai, but it's not Abraham Menachai. It's alive, but it's not alive. I love it. But a guy that only works with killing it, it doesn't depend on shchita, but it depends on the death of the animal. So how did Abraham Menachai do it? This kishka is Abraham Menachai. Check it out. We have a little bit of a video here. It's a little bit on the edge. It's one of these videos that I would have advised not to do the ending, but it just gives an opportunity for people to vent and to send emails. Here we go. So just standing emotion, no smile, nothing. On the edge over there. Okay. Two things. The bris. There's a lot of nuances. Everybody knows the guy here that's the show with the toothpick. He does you a favor that he sells you the show. No, nothing. You expect. I got a person, just pay for your show. Something. Give me a smile though. Have you seen the commander of Acham Bar Yaakov who boy the Emelay? And he asked a simple question. Is it possible that a Jew is allowed to eat a certain type of food, but a guy not? We have more Dusha than a guy. We have more Isurim. We're above. How's it possible? I wanted to say, make immediately so short later to call Mashal. Where is this such a thing? Well, the Amalei, and I didn't say anything to him. Why? Time ago, Mark, he used logic. How am I going to fight logic with a question? However, times like Rav at the end of the day, this kishka thing doesn't work. Why? It says, a person desires to taste the taste of meat, of a live animal. Why would he want to do it? Because the doctors told him it's really healthy. So what should he do? As he's shechting, now the neck is wide open. Grab a piece real quick. The animal's still alive. It's still running around. Rinse it off, salt it real quickly, and eat it. Oh, and now that you eat it, you tasted the taste of Abraham Menachai. Is that mutter for a guy or not? The voice is that mutter for a guy? According to Rav, it's not okay. Why? Because the animal's still alive. So it's Abraham Menachai. But for a Jew, it's okay. Why? Because it's a shechita. And what does it say over here that it's okay for a guy? Since it says it's okay for a guy, so we have a contradiction to Rav Acha. All right, so that's what I'm back. Because there's other guys both of this kid, both of y'all over the until that's the thing. So you should wait until. Why should he wait? Stop! I forgot to point this out in the Hebrew share. He has a point because it says like circle on Adam. There's an Indian to wait for the animal to die. But for a guy, after they get caught, definitely strong. So I'm making the force that a guy's allowed to eat such a thing. That there's no problem with making a kai. So a guy should be able to eat tishka. The Taylor Rabbi Barovan and the Hadomer Rabbi Barovan, Rabbi Rothschild. But right, this Yagi, something wants to get healthy. He cuts the guy's button with a shkibasam, shubahema. He cuts out a piece of meat from the animal, from the area of the shrita. And he adds a lot of salt in it. He rinses it off really, really well. It's very, very bloody over there. Very.
Structure of reality. One of the principal roles religion plays in this respect is explaining the origin, nature, and final destiny of evil. Of course, this question has been answered in numerous ways, even within singular religious traditions. Philosophers have
brand new. Yeah. Okay, we're going back to the famous halacha. Let me just make sure. The halacha.
No one really knows for sure. Okay.
When a person
3761 Christian rule of man.
enables his fruit or food to become
36, 31,
how does he do so?
35, 26,
one of the 7 liquids. Any one of the 7 liquids. One of the 7 liquids is blood.
25 son of Enosh
So,
was born.
no, come on.
3366, 395 Mahalo, son of Kenan was born. 3301, 463, son of Mahalo was born. 3139, 622, son of Beard was born. 37, 687, Methuselah, Hannah was born. 2887, 874, 2, son of Methuselah was born. 2831, 935, 27, 10, 56, Noah.
It comes out of the animal, touches the animal, and that makes it. What if it doesn't bleed? What if the animal doesn't bleed? So I looked it up on ChatGPT. Is it possible for an animal not to bleed? So first of all, I would assume it doesn't boil. I'm assuming you're not checking the breathing, the jugular. You're asking around the jugular. But it says yes. If an animal, I couldn't believe it. I was sure he's gonna say no. Yeah, if an animal had a heart attack right by the mosquito, the heart stopped working, stopped pumping the blood out. Another thing is, what if the animal had a tremendous amount of blood loss right before the shkita? Had a hole in its leg, which doesn't make it a trade, but then lost blood. Didn't have any blood loss. So again, it'd be very, very slow expression. And it's such a thing. It's not a trade. It's not a trade. Bloodletting is not a trade, but you did bloodletting.
With their power.
50 gallons of blood.
Among these tools,
We told you, it's not one of the
been
trades.
ubiquitous through time and
It doesn't
culture.
matter. You said it can't live.
Indeed,
The
the
famous
cloak
story of
of
the
the
Rambam. The
sorcerer
Rambam has
also
only a
has a
little
very
blood left in his limbs.
specific kind of magical
Okay, so
property,
says the Gemara.
that of
Listen to the
rendering its
Mishnah.
wearer
They will pay
invisible,
them down.
a
Shared.
motif reaching
Blood
back
did
to
not come out.
Welsh mythology and surviving to this day.
You're gonna have
In Harry
Chalim.
Potter,
You're gonna die
in
in
this
the
episode, I want to
Your
explore a text
that
from
the
the
Chacham
world
said
of
are Chalim.
Kabbalah Ma'asit, or
Touch the
practical
snake.
Kabbalah,
Because it's not susceptible
really
to
Jewish
Jewish
magic,
Why?
that
Because it
describes
didn't
the
have
production
blood.
of
There's no blood
just
that made it
such a
look like
magical
a garment.
Hence
We
the
have a
name
video.
of the text,
Touch the
the Sefer HaMalchut, or
Here we
the
go.
Book
Everyone
of
can
the
check this out.
Garment.
Put it on
If
put it on
you're
large. You
interested
don't
in
need it.
magic, Hermetic
I
philosophy,
don't
or
understand what's
mysticism,
going on here.
make sure to subscribe and check out my other content on topics in esotericism.
Not a single drop of
Also,
down.
if you want to support my work of providing accessible, scholarly, and free content on topics in esotericism here on YouTube, I hope you consider supporting my work on Patreon or with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really
That's why I didn't show
appreciate
that.
your
I was about to
consideration
show it, but he's like,
of
don't show it.
supporting
You're gonna show it
this
to him first.
channel
Okay.
and making this
The voice,
presentation
the voice. Well, if I
possible.
had your voice, would be not
Now,
let's explore a magical garment
whatever was on it's inside
with
so
divine names,
the man went
which
to April.
empowers the Kabbalist or sorcerer with all manner of supernatural powers. But wait, there's more to this story. Come along for magical clothes and stick around this week for a bonus magical text on astral and angelic magic. I'm Dr. Joseph Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the art of names in history, philosophy, and religion.
So if you think about it for a second, just the story behind it, what does the mushroom product going to do? It finishes off a product. When you put the water on the fruit, it's finished. So he says, when you finish this animal, you don't need a liquid. The actual shkita creates the susceptibility to the
commonplace
It says
in
about time to
many
live
tales and myths. Descriptions about how to actually produce them are rather rare in the surviving magical literature. Of course, various laymen and other objects meant to warn off the body of the sorcerer are relatively well attested, but an entire article of clothing is much more rare. Though the sacred Kabbalah is exceptional in this regard. Though, as we'll see, the garment functions more as a conduit for divine power than as a magical garment in itself. The text is known in several Hebrew and Aramaic versions, which seem to have been produced sometime in the Ionic period of Jewish history,
But the
or
mission
the
is not
period just
talking about
after
Shumi
the
culture. The mission
redaction
is
of
only
the
talking
Babylonian
about
Talmud
Tula.
around
Tula does not
600 or
become
500
I
of
gotta
the
show you
Common
this.
Era
It's very, very
to
important.
around a
Take a
little
look at
after
this.
1000
Beautiful how
of the
they did
Common
it.
Era. Two
Also
principal
cool. Now meet the
redactions
spoon that was
have
touched by a
proven
dead rat.
popular.
So it becomes a
What
rishon.
may have been
A one.
earlier
A one
texts
can make
called the
a two
Torah
coming. That's it.
or the
Can two
garment
make a three?
instructions to be
No.
very literal,
It's four.
and it
What
describes
could a
the
two do?
preparation of a
A two
golden
could walk
plate
off
which is worn around
and
the neck,
touch.
and after a series of vigorous purifications, provides the
Truma.
wearer a
And the
wide
truma will
range of
come with
magical
shlishi. Go to
powers.
shlishi, truma touch
Of
another
course,
truma
golden
thing and make it
raiments
tummy?
are
No.
well attested
It
in the
stops there.
ancient
But what
world.
could it do?
The most famous,
Walk
I think,
away.
probably are the famed Orphic
And
gold
touch.
tablets found in
Touch him.
various
The touching
graves
is there
throughout
with
the
the Amigdala
Mediterranean
hat.
region. These are perhaps the
And
aid
if you
and
make,
success of
touching
achieving
from
a
it.
good
So that just
afterlife.
gives us a basic idea from the top
Interestingly,
how it works.
Torah Hamamush refers to this
It says in
layman
Gemara,
as a
but
tzitz,
this
which is
needs a
the
shit.
same Hebrew word found in the Bible
Shani,
for the
we saw
golden
in the beginning
headband
of the video,
worn by the high
got a
priest in
Shani
Jerusalem temple.
right over here.
This
A bus of
earlier
Purim.
or
You
perhaps
can't do anything.
parallel
Look at it,
text
do
is known
nothing. Too stuck.
primarily from
In
the
this
Cairo
case, you can't
Geniza,
do anything.
and it
You
perhaps
can't make another
eventually
Purim summit.
transformed
Oh,
into
right
the
over here.
Sefer HaMalbush as
Great.
we currently
Doesn't
have
work.
it. Indeed,
Then she is
magical
saying your
headbands
hands
with
are shady.
divine
Bin
names
shady
on
as
them
the before
continue
the
to
can.
be used down to
Take a shlishi.
contemporary ritual
Says
magical
Gemara, now I'll
practice, as I
prove with you.
understand.
We're going to go on a tangent
The
here.
Sefer
Then we get to the
HaMalbush
sugya. I'll
itself
prove to you that
appears
our
in
mission is talking
several
about
different
Purim.
Hebrew and Aramaic
Easiest proof.
versions,
Four
and
proofs. So
describes
we
the
might just go and
process
I don't know
of
our mission is
the
talking about Purim.
Nishat
Because
Hashem,
Chaya.
or
In
the
the mission says
dawning
Chaya,
or
the
putting
Hema
on
Chaya.
of the name,
Could you bring
in
it there
which
on the
the
base of Migdal?
power
And
of
the Mizrach?
secret
No.
names
So
of
what's he talking
God
about?
come to be
Well, be the touch of Chaya because
infused into the
Bring
being
to
of
another
the
eye. Because we can
practitioner,
and down Shera.
thus
What?
providing
If
them
there's no
with
blood in the base of Migdal, it's kosher.
supernatural
Who wants to know that?
quasi-divine
What
power. This process
point
of
about being
the
carbon?
Nishat Hashem
Angel of blood
is
on
known
his back.
from
That's the
other
number one
magical
reason he needs
texts
blood.
as well,
Missouri, the kosher
maybe
gets
most
him down to
famously in
Mimachit.
the Carbon
The Lord is
Devotion,
bringing them
or
help
Sword of
in the
Moses,
base of Migdal.
which
Why?
I've actually made an
Lord,
episode
give
about.
Rabbi,
Check out the
and
cost
I'm
of
talking shit in
for
Machir.
more
The
about
blood in
this
the base of Migdal
really
is
interesting
not 100%
magical
liquid.
code book.
Shenemar, Lord,
In
it's
the
going to come
Sefer
out and it's
HaMalbush,
spilled
we are
blood like
provided
water. That's an issue
elaborate
for my Machir. Only
instructions
blood
for
that spills like
producing
water.
a Megil
Shit is like my
HaSafka,
Machir.
or a
In the base of Migdal,
mantle
it
of
doesn't spill like water.
righteousness,
I catch it.
inscribed
I
or
receive it in the
upon
vessel.
with a
It's not
very
water.
elaborate
It's
divine
important.
name,
The
which,
seal,
after
another eye,
dawning
touching,
in
can
a
you listen
series
down?
of
So
ritual
the Kashri,
immersions, transfers
if
some of
there's
the
no
divine
blood,
power
it's not
to
mission
the
called Chumma. Why not?
practitioner.
This Kashri, the Kiddush,
We're
that's
also
something
told
called
this
the love
entire process
of
requires
the
7
because the
different
love touching.
steps.
So in that
A
love,
first
the
period
people
of
of
7-day
Kiddush,
fasting and careful attention to avoid anything
it should
coming
become
into
coming. And
contact with the
where did I come
practitioner
out with
with
something like this?
derivative
The time along, we were very
tamei,
fasting.
or
He was a
ritually
place for
unclean,
I don't need blood, just to feed itself. Says the Gemara, you're right, you're calling that Kulim. But what did he do with the Kulim? He purchased Meiser Sheni, and Meiser Sheni has tremendous Kedusha, it's like true almost. When your Sheni hands, Meiser Sheni, they become Tomei. But only according to Amanda Omar, who do like your mayor? Rabbi Meir disagrees with that. We already see that he disagrees with that in the middle of the base. So that would be a Sinaim Mizibri Sodu. Anybody has hands that are Tomei, meaning his hands are Kasheni, Mitpanis HaKodesh, who Kodesh HaTruma. I'm not going to be my because it was very, very later, but Tomei means that it stops right over there. So when a Sheni touches Truma, it stops, it becomes Kodesh. Sorry, Kodesh. And when a Sheni touches Kodesh, it's Mitama. Mitama means that can go on. If you're making other things Tomei, sometimes that's Kodesh. Your second hand makes a Kodesh. You see, that means, what does it mean?
This is somewhat curious because
the Kodesh that's sleepy that touches another Kodesh, it becomes a
fish are taken to be neither meat nor dairy part, according to the intensity of this fast.
So it says before,
These fasts, it appears, are akin to the minor fast which lasts from dawn till darkness, and at the end of this 7-day period, on the 8th evening or 8th night, one must go to the water of conversion and invoke the names from the garments over the water. If a green glowing form appears over the water, then this, according to the text, is taken as a sign that the
he transferred the Kedusha of the fruit into money. Now the money
achieved
becomes
and you have to
Kodesh. He went to the Hamikdash.
If this proper level of purity isn't reached, to continue, one has to give alms to the poor and distribute
So the food now
to
becomes
the
Kodesh.
hungry.
Becomes Meiser Sheni.
Given
Now
that
I touch
you've
it,
been basically fasting for 2 weeks, you should
Amen.
have
We're doing
plenty to
terrible
give
on time,
away.
but it's one of these studies that we have to make slower. According to the Adar Global Specialist in International Financial Services, Chaim Milrad, the initial senior university for Alpha Bar, this is the
Floating
last
above the water is red in color,
I don't know.
then you are
You
pure
guys
enough to enter the water up to the stomach.
Not full
immersion as one would expect in a mikvah, but upon exiting, you become infused with divine power. Here is that the garment accompanies you, and being able to invoke a series of fearful angels.
It's a
Though
problem.
the texture
You know
becomes
how
a
to use
bit
Meiser
vague,
Sheni when you're coming.
it appears as if
When
angels
you
should
have
appear without
second hand.
hesitation, though there is a
He
reference
is
to
a
something
Meiser.
like
Over here now,
doing
look
the
at
rituals at the
we're not talking
proper
about eating.
hour,
And
which
maybe
isn't
they agree that
spelled
touching
out
is nothing.
in
That if you
detail.
touch Meiser Sheni with second
Further,
hand,
we're also
handed
told
or
that the
second, the Sheni,
company of
it doesn't
angels
do
that
anything.
will
And we
join
have
you
to
will only do so for 3 or 4 hours at most,
we're
and for only 7 days in
How do I know
total,
it's
and only just once a day for some
They're
reason.
eaten. It doesn't say you should
Now,
eat it.
just how
It
to
doesn't say
accomplish
Oakland
this
is dinosaur.
invocation
It says
remains
Ne'achol.
mysterious,
Meaning
and
that
indeed,
even if your friend
this section
took it and
seems
put
to
it into your
imply
mouth,
knowledge of another Jewish magical text produced around the same time. The
and that
Sefer
wouldn't be a problem.
HaYashar,
I'll give you a
or
muscle,
the
a very
book
good
of
muscle
the
would be,
upright way, or
I
the
might
book
see,
of the right way.
if I
There's a
give
lot of words
you
to
a roll to
translate
eat,
this word
do I have to wash my
HaYashar.
hands? No.
It appears that the Sefer HaYashar was
But I'm touching
produced around the same time as the Sefer HaMamosh and the Chorban de Moshe, probably in the same magical circles. And it claims that it was given out of pity to Adam by the angel Galutzor, and was passed down to its current edition. This text takes its name from one of the mysterious books referred to in the Torah, but otherwise laws never existed, like the Sefer Milchamot Hashem, and it's important that this text has to be infused with the later medieval textual ethics on the serious Midrashic text that became somewhat popular in the 19th century. Some version of this text was likely known to folks like the Chai Gaon, who reference it by name, but also to Karaite Jews, who also mention it in their anti-rabbinite polemics. As you may know, the Karaites were, or some infidels, Muslims of the world, were anti-rabbinical Jews who rejected the authority of the Talmud or Jewish law more generally.
then
Of course, they
you're
went
allowed
on
to
to make their
pause.
own oral Jewish law, and as you can imagine, the
And you're allowed to touch meat that didn't have water on it, didn't have blood on it. But why? If it had blood on it, what's the problem? Your hands are only a second. It's only sheni l'tuma. Answers the Gemara now, because it's not a sheni. It's a rishon l'tuma. We're talking about hands that have the highest level of tuma possible for a hand. A rishon. How? You put your hands into a house of a Messiah. You stick it through the window. So now they got a rishon tuma, maybe. And now, if the meat had blood on it, you're going to make a problem. You're going to make a boo-boo. You're going to make it a what? A sheni. It's going to go down low. Your question was your hands are only a sheni. A sheni doesn't affect regular pulling. And now the whole mission proof. More proof. I was talking about pulling. You're right. A sheni can't do anything to pulling. But a rishon could. Probably that kills the skin talking about hands that are still or rishon. Rib Shimon the Lover, he goes to Rishon. This is only is called Rib Shimon the Lover. Zayas. And you dive kills the pulling. Hands can never become rishon. Shimon the Lover, sorry man. Shimon the Mayor. He says the name of Mayor. Who's your Mayor's Rebbe? Rabbi Akiva. He says the name of Mayor. He dive kills the pulling. Hands could become rishon. And a second for Truma, which makes no sense, because Truma makes more sense than Truma. So the Gemara right away asks, Truma for Truma in, which Truma like. No, I'm talking about Tilas after Truma, this for Truma in, the Truma like. No. It means, of course, for Truma, but Truma is not a shame. The only reason. When we look at your dive kilos,
also, you have to call out the divine.
What's the case that a hand becomes a rishon in? He's saying you couldn't see over the base of the movement, the person sticks his hand still on the church house.
Which parallels the Sar Torah literature found in certain Merkava or Hechalim texts.
Now we have a new mandate that the hand could be a rishon. Not only receiving the law.
Summons an angel called the Prince of the Torah, Sar Torah, that instantaneously
stick your hand into a base of menuda, your hands become a second. It's going to have to be in the mixes this one piece. If you stick your hands into a Messiah house, your whole body does not become tummy. It's a interesting feeling. Only your hands.
Although it's not exactly clear,
only part of your body becomes tummy. The question is, why you do it? And I don't the hands because of the body. Not something they made his hands over each other. So my son is dying to the Alma Shabino. I didn't invent the new category. I'm just going to say. Bama. So they say? Right. Oh, Shabino Rabba. He holds the what? That it's only shady. Hands is at maximum to be a shade. Okay. So whereas you say an answer, our issue is talking about a guy who had different hands that touched the meat that had blood, if it had blood on it, how do you have rishon hands? He puts his hands into the Mitzvah's hands. Says Gemara, the reason you're in the people, it's much better. Why are you telling me both like Shimon and a lover when I have a Rabbi Akiva here? Rabbi Akiva is all the other killers. Now Rabbi Akiva happens to be your Meir's Rebbe. All the other killers out there. Rabbi Akiva is Rabbi Meir's Rebbe. Your Meir is the one that we brought before. Hashem, Rabbi Shimon Meir. Forget it. Rabbi Akiva. So let's go to the source. Say that Rabbi Akiva holds that your hands
also provides a more astral angelic magic.
Which seems to mesh well with the magical texts from this period. So, I consider very sensitive like Truma culture. No, for the Shneir I want somebody that says specifically about pulling and your hands become a rishon. That's the Gemara. A bomb was, what do you call it? That according to Rabbi Akiva, maybe when it comes to pulling, your hands are not your hands will only a sheni. There's a heavy non-Shneir, guess what? Rabbi Akiva holds that a sheni hand could mess up meat that became the Hashamir of the people, the Sheni is a shlishi, the kulim. He holds that a sheni makes a shlishi of kulim. This non, very young down for the kira. That's very big. What's the very big? The famous is in Rashi. The day Rabbi Rothschild was saying that Harei Aniti ben Shimshon was saying that that day the Mekudos were Gamliel something like it. So they added 400 benches to the Mikdash. Imagine thousands of new Bochum come into the Mikdash to learn, and they're all asking all the questions they had in their entire life. So that day, a lot of new Kedushin happened, and one of the Kedushin was this: that Rabbi Kiva had to get up and say, it says everything. Let me show you the video real quickly. It's perfect for now. This dead mouse is out of the wow, super late. Unbelievable.
Welcome to studying real magical texts
The entire only comes from the ear space. So the entire oven becomes a rishon. The food inside the oven becomes a sheni. Could a sheni make a shlishi? Says Rabbi Kiva, yes. This bread, if that touches another bread, the bread will become a shlishi. We didn't know that before. That's only she does Rabbi Kiva. Okay. So we stop over there. Let's see inside. Yitmo. It says it doesn't become tummy. It has the power to give off tuma fighter. The tama chayrim. The sheni has the power to make a shlishi. Yimid up kikar sheni teaches us about a bread. Mom, you just saw it on the video. A bread that's a sheni. Sure, it's a shlishi. The chulin. And here we finish off with today. So, and that's Rabbi Kiva. So just say it's a Rabbi Kiva.
One of the core concepts of Abrahamic theology, especially in the Christian and Islamic worlds, is that of a war waged between the forces of goodness represented by God and the great angelic army, and those of evil represented, of course, by Satan, or Iblis, and the great demonic horde. Over the centuries, theologians, mystics, and occultists have drawn up incredibly complex hierarchies of such beings, with the names, seals, and tasks, and even their final destiny, detailed in a range of texts, from canonical biblical scriptures, books allegedly revealed by such entities, to texts whose origins remain to this day rather mysterious. The world of angels and demons continues to fascinate, terrify, and inspire billions of believers all over the world. But what do we know about the origin of these entities in the Abrahamic tradition? If we were to rewind the clock back to the ancient Israelites, the progenitors of Jewish, Christian, and Islamic mythologies, among others, what do we know about the earliest stratum of Israelite demonology? In this episode, we're going to do just that. Explore the demonological ecology of the ancient Israelite worldview. If you're interested in magic, the academic analysis of the occult and hermetic philosophy, make sure to subscribe and check out my other content on topics in esotericism. Also, if you want to support my work of providing accessible, scholarly, and free content on topics in esotericism here on YouTube, consider supporting my work on Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. As you might imagine, this channel is really only possible with your support. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration of supporting my work here on this channel. So let's turn to a people at once incredibly popular and yet at the same time rather mysterious: the ancient Israelites and their demonology. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion.
The way it anchors the day for me has genuinely made me a better person and a steadier one. Well, here's a few compliments with deep appreciation and warm regards, Glenn and Rivka Hannah Esterson. Both Gary said that. Wilmington, North Carolina.
The Israelites were among the groups of people of the ancient Levant that we typically call the Canaanites. They come into history with a mention in the Meneptah dating to the early 13th century BCE, and go on to great fame as the progenitors of the Abrahamic religions, including Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, among others. Their writings are preserved in inscriptions, letters, and perhaps most famously in the motley collection of texts that we now call the Hebrew Bible or the Christian Old Testament. To get a grasp of the demonological landscape of the Israelites, we need to turn to that literature, though with an eye to nearby cultures and writings. Of course, the ancient Israelites didn't exist in a vacuum, and their culture was influenced by and a reaction to their neighbors, like any culture. So, what do we mean by demon? Well, the term itself has a complicated history, and what we're doing in this episode is a bit anachronistic, just to be honest. That said, for the purposes of this episode, we're going to mean by demon something like malevolent supernatural being. Well, at least malevolent to us human beings, but malevolent. As we'll see, this gets really complicated, but as a provisional definition, it's about the best that we're going to do. What's perhaps most conspicuous about such entities in ancient Israelite religious culture in relationship to their neighbors, and here I'm thinking about the Egyptian and Mesopotamian religious cultures, is just the dearth of such beings. We just don't see much in the way of angels or demons or other kinds of supernatural non-God beings. Ancient Israel just didn't have much in the way of demons or angels, for that matter, until the rise of apocalyptic Judaism in the Persian period. Hundreds of demons are known from ancient Egypt, many with really high-profile roles in their religious mythology. For instance, Amen is perhaps the most famous. This demon has the lower body of a hippopotamus, the forebody of a lion, and the head of a crocodile, and it eats the souls of those found unjust in the trials of the afterlife. I mean, their name in Egyptian literally means the one that devours the dead, so yeah, they eat your soul, and the Egyptians were rightly terrified of them. Over in Mesopotamia, similar beings are also known, though not quite to the degree of proliferation that we find in ancient Egypt. Typically, these beings are the denizens of Kor, or Utsetu in the Semitic Akkadian language, and these would include the torturous Gala demons, along with the most famous of such beings, Pazuzu, king of the demons of the wind, brother of the monster Humbaba of Epic of Gilgamesh fame, the son of the god Hambi, and possessor of the little girl Reagan from The Exorcist. Of similar fame is the demoness Lamashtu, killer of infants and children, who would eventually develop into the demoness Lilith many centuries later. Though, as I mentioned a moment ago, if one were to survey Israelite literature and mythology, which I'm doing, the first thing that you would notice is there just aren't many such beings around at all. And when they are mentioned, it's almost always in passing, and there's virtually no mythological filling out or backstories for these beings. From this, we can conclude that the people that composed and redacted Israelite literature, or the Hebrew Bible or Testament, were simply either suppressing such a mythological aspect of their culture, or were simply disinterested in such beings, or that such beings just didn't play that much of a role in their mythology. And sure enough, if you look at other earlier Canaanite texts, such as those recovered from Ugarit, we see that such beings, being somewhat like angels and demons, don't really play that much of a role in their mythology either. Indeed, the ancient Near East generally operates on a different religious paradigm than in later mythologies. Whereas the apocalyptic religious revolution shifted the religious paradigm to a battle of good versus evil, which remains basically the dominant paradigm today, the more ancient and archaic paradigm was a chaos versus order paradigm. This more archaic mythology shows that Baal, Marduk, and Yahweh defeating the forces of chaos, often in the form of terrible sea monsters like Tiamat, Yam, and Leviathan. Indeed, this chaos conf myth, as it's known to scholars, survives throughout the Hebrew Bible, and is perhaps most apparent in the book of Job, especially toward the end, and in Psalm 74. So one of the major reasons that angels and demons just don't play much of a role in this very early stratum of Israelite mythology is that the central paradigm here just isn't good versus evil. It's order versus chaos, with chaos having been conquered in the primeval past. Now, that's not to say that malevolent supernatural beings aren't present. There just aren't mythologically central like they become later, after the religious revolution of apocalypticism starting in the Persian period. Indeed, in that paradigm, the major drama or religious conflict is moved from the primeval past to the distant future. So what do we know about such demon-like entities in this very early period, say from roughly 1200 or 1000 BCE to roughly around 586 BCE? Typically, we can divide such beings into three groups. There are personifications of malevolent forces, there are hostile members of the divine council, and there's a kind of grab bag of otherwise obscure beings that seem to inhabit the wilderness and wastelands of ancient Israel. Note what's missing here. There really isn't much in the way of chthonic or beings that emerge from the underworld. The reason why has to do with how the ancient Israelites conceived of their underworld or afterlife called Sheol. This realm isn't a place of punishment, but a kind of gloomy, dark place of inaction. While the dead do dwell there, there's no conception of heaven or hell at this period in Israelite history, and thus no demons to live or emerge from there. I've actually done a whole episode on the Israelite conception of the afterlife, or Sheol. You can click the card above if you want to learn more about it. So let's take each category in turn. First with malevolent personifications. Perhaps the most ancient of these is death itself. Death, or Mot, was a god quasi-conquered by Baal in Canaanite mythology, and there are some echoes of this personification of death in the Hebrew Bible. Though generally such motifs are muted by Israelite writers, probably in the interest of divorcing their mythology from their neighbors. Further, battering winds are sometimes also personified, and one kind of recalls the western wind demon Pazuzu, which brings drought. And this is also connected to Mot, or death, in Canaanite mythology. Though the central entities here are typically various forms of sickness, including mental illness, we find personifications of fever disease or epidemics generally, typically associated with Reshef or Dever, a survival of a general disease god from Canaanite and eventually New Kingdom Egyptian mythology more generally. In fact, the prophet Habakkuk described Yahweh going to war and seemingly driving a chariot pulled by Dever and Reshef, or pestilence and fever, with Reshef probably coming from the root, which means burning, as in a burning fever. Of course, plague demons are widely attested in the ancient world, and a great deal of ancient medicine, especially ancient Mesopotamian medicine, had to do as much with exorcism as it did with what we would now recognize as medicine as such as the use of various kinds of pharmacological drugs. What's worth pointing out here, however, is that such personifications of disease in the Hebrew Bible are almost always under the direct command of Yahweh, and not independent beings as such. Mental illness or insanity is also attested, specifically in the case of the first Israelite king, Saul. Here we find a Ruach Ra'ah Yahweh, or an evil spirit from Yahweh, being sent to afflict the king with some kind of mental illness that causes him to fly into rages and fall into despondency, only temporarily soothed by the music of the young David. That this being or evil spirit is sent by the Israelite God is again important, and this leads us to our second category. hostile members of the divine council. The concept of the divine council is rather archaic, and it does survive into Israelite mythology despite the eventual emergence of monotheism. This is likely evidenced by the plural "let us make" in the first Genesis creation story, but also appears especially in places like Psalm 82, which strikes me as a rather archaic Israelite document. The members of the divine council have been demoted to non-divine beings in Israelite mythology and are generally dispatched to specific tasks on behalf of Yahweh. Several such beings seem especially interesting for our study. The first is among my favorite stories in the Hebrew Bible. Here we find Yahweh wanting to kill the Israelite king Ahav, or Ahab, who is actually attested outside the Bible. And in order to do so, a ruse is required to have him killed on the battlefield. To accomplish this, Yahweh inquires of the divine council who would be willing to deceive Ahav or Ahab, and a ruach, or spirit, volunteers to become a ruach sheker, or a deceptive spirit, a lying spirit, who will go into the mouth of Ahab's prophet so as to deliver a false prophecy, which will cause him to go to battle and be killed. Now, despite the true prophecy of Michayahu, the deceptive spirit is successful and Ahav is, well, got shot with an arrow and bleeds out on the battlefield. Now, why is this one of my favorite stories in the Hebrew Bible? Because it reveals Yahweh capable of being a cunning and deceptive God, which otherwise disrupts so many simplistic and tidy theological accounts of a loving, just, or even kind God. I enjoy this account because it complicates Yahweh and Israelite theology more generally. I think that complicated characters are just more interesting, if not a little terrifying. One might also add an entity sometimes referred to in the Hebrew Bible as the Malach HaMashchit, or the messenger of destruction, to this list as well. Also, the messenger or angel of the Lord, or angel of Yahweh. This entity seems primarily to have the grim task of mass execution, striking down Israelites, Assyrians, and Egyptians alike. The only description of this entity is a vision had by King David, where we're told of the titanic proportions of this being, such that it was standing between heaven and earth with a sword drawn in its hand extending over all of Jerusalem. Perhaps the most terrifying appearance of the Hamashchit, or the destroyer, is the final of the 10 plagues set upon the ancient Egyptians. There, the Israelites are warned to smear lamb's blood above their doorposts, such that the Mashchit will pass over their home as it stalks and kills the Egyptian firstborn, from the firstborn of the cattle to the destruction of the god king's son. Of course, this angel isn't truly demonic. Well, probably was from the Egyptian perspective, but this will eventually be transformed into the Malach HaMavet, or the angel of death, in later mythological developments. If you want to know more about the history and development of the angel of death, make sure to check out my episode on that topic in the card above. Of course, the other member of the divine council worth mentioning here is the Satan. Yes, the Satan. This being is always identified with the definite article Ha-Satan, the definite article in Hebrew, and the Satan, which means something like the accuser or the adversary or the obstructor, is a title rather than a name. So Satan, as such, doesn't appear in the Hebrew Bible. Rather, Ha-Satan is a title of a member of the divine council who seems to act as either a kind of prosecuting attorney against human beings, or otherwise obstructs human affairs on the command of Yahweh. This entity is mentioned 18 times in the Hebrew Bible, most famously as the torture of Job as part of a wager with Yahweh. Yeah, Yahweh lets the Satan torture a dude and kill his family, basically on a bet. I mean, Yahweh does give him some more stuff and another family in the end, but only after basically telling him to shut up after questioning why Yahweh would, let this happen to him in the beginning. And then, of course, Yahweh brags about defeating Leviathan. Not that that has has anything to do with, Job's dead family. I mean, dead family. I beat up a sea monster one time. I like them apples. Whatever. The Satan also blocks the way of the prophet Balaam, but is never linked with, for instance, the talking serpent in the second Genesis creation story. Nor with the Malach Yahweh or the angel of the Lord, which, as I mentioned a moment ago, kind of sometimes goes on a rampage and kills a bunch of people for stuff like taking an unauthorized census. Of course, over time, all this more evil-ish stuff will get linked with Hasatan, and in the process by which the Satan becomes just, Satan or the devil, especially in Christian and Islamic mythology. Now, just that process is going to have to be the topic of a future episode, how a title of a being became the devil, but those elements aren't yet present in the Hebrew Bible. In fact, Yahweh and the Satan seem kind of chummy sometimes, and it's clear that at this point in Israelite mythology, the Satan certainly operates on behalf of Yahweh, not despite or opposed to him, a profound difference from the Satan of later Christian and Islamic mythology. The last group of hostile divine council members are also somehow tied to the beings described in Genesis as the Nephilim, or literally the fallen ones. These beings seem to have been members of the divine council who come to Earth to mate with human women, thus producing a race of giants that is kinda wiped out a few chapters later in a great flood. I say kinda wiped out because there are other biblical texts that make genealogical connections between these giants and characters like Og of Bashan, the Philistine Goliath, who the Bible can't quite decide who killed him, King David propaganda, and the giants are the Anakim seen by the spies sent by Joshua. Of course, the Nephilim get a much bigger backstory in the first book of Enoch, produced during the high period of apocalypticism, but the Hebrew Bible is generally uninterested in them except to explain the presence of later kind of gigantic people. Perhaps the larger mythology around the Nephilim was already understood or otherwise documented, and they didn't feel the need to flesh out the idea of the Nephilim, or the Nephilim just weren't that interesting to the composers of these texts, or this was some part of a more esoteric mythology that didn't get much public discussion. It's hard to say, and who knows. I think the dearth of information in the Hebrew Bible may also indicate that the later Enoch narrative isn't really a continuation of a more archaic Israelite mythology, and are more likely mythological developments in the Persian period, though it's difficult to say anything with certainty. I'm sure I'll circle back to the Nephilim and their leader, Simyaza, at some point in the future, but what's important here is that their origin in the divine council and their only later robustly converted into more demonic entities. Our last category is a kind of demonic grab bag of beings that seem to be supernatural in nature and are typically associated with the wilderness or wasteland more generally. Most of these beings are mentioned only in passing, sometimes only once, and they remain very mysterious. For instance, the Shedim seem to have been associated with human sacrifice, but virtually nothing else is known about them in the Hebrew Bible. It appears that the term was imported from Akkadian, where a shedu is a lesser-used term for a male version of a lamasu, or a protective deity, typically taking the form of a winged bull or lion. How exactly a relatively positive being in Mesopotamian mythology becomes malevolent in Israelite mythology isn't quite clear, though demonization of outsider deities or spirits is a pretty common move historically. The shift from I don't worship or even like your gods to your gods are actually evil isn't so difficult to imagine.
It's worth mentioning, by the way, that the term shed or shedim in the plural goes on to become the standard Hebrew word for demon. We also have the Sedarim, literally the hairy ones. This seems to come from the word for goat, which seem to have inhabited ruins and been the object of sacrifices. They're also associated once in the Hebrew Bible with Lilith. This is grammatically a feminine form and may have been possibly a night demoness, though the mention here is only in passing. Lilith, as the rebellious first wife of Adam, responsible for crib death, is a much later development made famous in the alphabet of Ben Sirach, a text composed in the period after the Babylonian Talmud. Although I will say that Lamashtu and Lilith are clearly connected, and there's a development through time of that entity. We just don't see her specifically in the Hebrew Bible. There are also 3 mentions of Azazel in the book of Leviticus, though even if this is a being at this point in Israelite mythology is uncertain, and I think even unlikely. Oz just means goat in Hebrew, but could also mean rugged. This is perhaps a pun referring to the Judean desert where the goat would have been sent as a scapegoat. This term might also just mean something like the goat that is sent away, which is how the term is actually translated in the Septuagint. Though the la, the two, is also curious, contrasted with la Yahweh in the same text. Though by the apocalyptic period, Azazel becomes fully demonized and goes on to great fame in Jewish, Christian, and especially in Islamic mythology. It's unlikely, however, that the writer of Leviticus had such a notion in mind, with the demonization process happening many centuries later. Finally, it's possible that a being called the Aluka, which also appears only once in the Hebrew Bible in Mishlei or Proverbs, may be a reference to a vampire-like entity. The word is a feminine noun meaning the one that sucks and can be rendered as leech, though in later Arabic mythology a very similar term is used for a female vampire-like character like in the 1001 Arabian Nights. Though it's unclear if that association obtained at this period of Israelite mythology, and with the term only mentioned once in the entire Hebrew Bible, it's pretty tough to draw any kind of firm conclusion about whether this is an early Israelite vampire. Generally speaking, that's the range of Israelite demonology as it's preserved in the Hebrew Bible. Of course, eventually non-Israelite gods such as Baal, Moloch, Dagon, Chemosh, etc., they all get kind of demonized, but note that there's no systematic demonology in the Israelite literature. There's no origin theory for these beings. There's no sense of how they fit into the divine ecology more generally, and they're really not connected with the origin of evil or a negative afterlife. There's no demonic leader or clear organization of these beings, and only in a couple of cases are associated with anything like our modern conception of demonic possession. Also, if you're interested in the history of possession and exorcism in this period of Israelite religious thought, check out my episode on that topic, which goes from ancient Israel all the way to developments in the Kabbalah. As I mentioned earlier, it appears that such malevolent entities played only a very minor role in Israelite mythology, like Canaanite mythology more generally. Of course, that would dramatically change with the rise of apocalyptic Judaism in the Persian period, probably because of intense contact with both Hellenic and Persian cultures. Though I will say that this more archaic Israelite position did persist into the Second Temple period despite the rise of apocalyptic Judaism, with a group typically referred to as the Sadducees, who rejected the existence of angels and demons generally, along with the resurrection of the body and the idea of punishment and reward in the afterlife, maintaining a much more traditional Israelite concept of Sheol. In some sense, the Sadducees actually maintain a much more traditional, if one might use that word, traditional worldview of the ancient Israelites. Though with the destruction of the Jerusalem temple, this position seems to have basically gone extinct,
along with the Sadducees as a group more generally. Angels and demons were here to stay, and I'm sure I'll be exploring those developments in future episodes. If you're interested in the history of angels and demons, magic, or the academic study of topics in occultism, make sure to subscribe and check out my other content. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thanks for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history,
and also the
philosophy,
also points out that
and religion.
it depends on the size of the knife, right? This is a small knife. Look at this knife. This knife is, what is it? This blade is tiny compared to the gasa. I mean, it's a third of the size, so it's, if you do a bleak on this, it's a third of the time. Okay, now just show you this video. Here we go. This is the whole list that's tied into one. His knife fell. So, if a guy could step in there as he's fixing a nap, it says, "Oh, this is Sasaki got fired as he was sharpening the blade, but often he got fired. Another guy came and shot. So depends how long it took him. If he moved in quickly, within a minute and a half, let's call it for the Imagasa. So it's good. If not, it's possible. If Shimon is shocking his decoy, let's call it a 30 seconds. If he's able to get there within 30 seconds, then he's ready. How much is it shchita? Omar Rav, Kedei shchitas behema acheres. In order to shech another animal from beginning to end. So we'll call it 1.5 minutes. Omar Rav Kahana v'Ravasi l'Rav. So Rav Kahana v'Ravasi told Rav, Kedei shchitas behema l'behema, v'oit loy. While you're shechting animals, I understand it's 1.5 minutes. Then you get the pause and take a nap. But when you do birds, but if it only takes 6 seconds per bird, so maybe you only get 6 seconds. Or Dilma after Himalaya, maybe when you're doing birds, you still get 1.5 minutes. Because there's a shear. There's a shear. There's a puzzle. It's a shear. It's a local when you see that you get a shihia is 1.5 minutes. How do you know how much it is? It's a time takes you shut the behemoth doila. But even when you're doing birds, you have the 1.5 minutes. On the low. So Rav says it's unbelievable. When I have it with Dichno Bay, the Chavivi, the Shaila, I wasn't in a good mood with my uncle. We weren't in good terms. My uncle, me, Rav, and my uncle Rabbi. Okay, the uncle wasn't. One of us wasn't in the proper. We weren't in good terms then. He wasn't. In other words, I couldn't ask him the question because of one of our moves. It says that we have a particular bay, the Habibi. It sounds to me that it was him himself. So what if he says this is what? Maybe okay. Just to remind everyone, because it's fascinating. Rukia had a sister from his mother's side, and he had a brother from his father's side. The sister and the brother were not related. They were both related to him. It was Rukia's brother and Rukia's sister. That brother and sister got married. That kid would not be accepted to any yeshiva today, but he turned out to be Ralph. So that's my uncle, my beloved, my uncle Rukia. I couldn't ask him. I don't know. I never asked him. So, and then the Gemara says a fascinating thing. Gitmar, Omerad, Kiddush was Behema Behema, Boy Fly. So he was machmir. He was machmir. He didn't get the dance from his uncle. So he said, I don't know if that's the reason, but he said, no, when you chef chicken, you don't get the minute and a half. You only get 6 seconds. Shmuel Amar, Afilu Behema Loy. No, even when you chef chicken, you get 1 half. So thank you also, Robin, or Afilu Behema Loy. And Rabbi Yochanan also holds 1.5 minutes throughout whatever you chef. Reb Chanina Amar K'Yishiyoni Behema Erev Yishcha. Reb Chanina said something. No, you get much more than 1.5 minutes. As long as it takes you to get another Adam.
bars, hotels, and it sided with the maker of Roundup weed killer in a ruling expected to block thousands of lawsuits that allege the company failed to warn people the product could cause cancer. People impacted by the wildfires in LA County last year have more time to rebuild their lives. Survivors repeat that Palisades fires will be able to continue receiving federal housing assistance through July 9th of next year under an extension just approved by FEMA. Renters also got a 3-month extension through October 9th. Some 35,000 households are getting the help with more than $177 million already awarded. Federal officials cited the ongoing challenges that people are dealing with as they try to rebuild, including unresolved insurance claims, underinsured homes, and housing and contractor shortages as reasons the extensions were needed. Tammy Trujillo, KFI News. Jury deliberations get back underway today in the trial of a man accused of setting a fire around midnight on Thursday in 2025 that reignited a week later, making the most destructive fire in LA history. 30-year-old Jonathan Rinderknecht faces up to 45 years behind bars and was found guilty of starting the Lockman fire that eventually became the deadly Palisades fire. Public health officials are investigating a confirmed case of measles in a traveler who was infectious while traveling through LA County. They say people may have been exposed at Hollywood Burbank Airport and at least one other location county. The traveler arrived on Southwest Airlines Flight 4245 at 8:04 on June 17th. They were at the thrifty rental car service on Hollywood Way on the 17th and again on the 18th. An escaped giraffe is on the loose in Texas. ABC's Chuck Severson says the giraffe named Gracie's been missing for almost 2 weeks now, about 100 miles west of San Antonio.
She's 3 years old. The owner, Vic Jones, says Gracie wandered into an area the other giraffes had previously avoided and ended up on the wrong side of the gate.
The search area is extremely remote, and the chances of Gracie running into any humans is low. More than 13,000 people have signed a petition asking the city of Big Bear to stop or relocate its annual 4th of July fireworks show. Activists say they worry the loud booms are going to destroy or disturb the safety of the famous bald eagle parrots Jackie and Shadow and their latest eaglets. Sandy and Luna have not yet flown, but they are close to fledging. They're just over 11 weeks old. Fledging can happen anytime between 11 and 14 weeks. Officials say they don't know how the eaglets are going to react to hearing fireworks for the first time. Southland weather from KFI. Going to see sunny skies after the burn-off. Highs in the low 70s at the coast, mid 70s to mid 80s for Metro LA and Inland OC, around 90 in the valleys and Inland Empire, 80s to mid 90s and windy in the Antelope Valley. Cooling by about 5 degrees tomorrow, then cooling for the weekend with highs in the low 70s to low 80s. 66 now in Garden Grove, 64 in San Clemente. And Alex checking on a crash for us in Buena Park. It's on the 91.
Zombie westbound side, right at Beach Boulevard. Looks like just right now they got that cleared over to the right shoulder. Watch out for some residual slowing away from Euclid. Fountain Valley, the 405 southbound, right at Euclid. An earlier stall that was in lanes is over to the south and by delays away from Beach Boulevard. Yeah, 95 southbound in Santa Ana. Scheduled delays starting at 2:22. Southern California's most accurate traffic.
I am Missy. How are you? Absolutely. Um, I have seen a plasma ball, but in terms of like, have I been abducted or anything like that? No. That that's absolutely correct. That's great, and I have a lot to review, so that should be good too. Yeah, I'll give you an overview of just what I'm thinking, and you certainly can make me aware of what your thoughts are. Um, just one moment. I see my camera is um, perhaps needs to be flipped. Let's see here. So I have compiled some extensive notes on our discussions yesterday. So I'd like to start with an introduction of myself, who I am, what I do, a little of my background, and then I'd like to talk about why my project's important, uh, this continuous media history that I'm creating. I'd like to talk a little bit about some emerging technologies and hypothetical technologies that are of interest to me. And then I built some outlines on the discussions that we had yesterday for reference. So things like an Anunnaki overview, what are Anunnaki mentioned in the Bible, things like perhaps the Nephilim, the Chaim Eshed disclosure that we talked about, the ufology in the Bible, and just basically a chronological timeline of UFO related interpretations in the Bible, some ideas on and um, certainly why haven't we had UFO disclosure? Some other aspects, perhaps, and you had said we might have several sessions, and I imagine we probably will need it with all that I have to review. Uh, that's okay. Yeah, it was really nice. It was cool. Yeah, within YouTube, you right click on their name, and then it's add as moderator, and then you had also had interest in the secret space program. So, um, most certainly.
Absolutely. Okay, not on the three dots potentially, but on the person's name. So it looks like we have you had okay, and you're on a tablet. We see the chat. We see the chat here. Anchor Haven at 8:37 my time said hi everyone, and then you wrote a little later. Hey Julia, how do I make you a moderator? Ah, okay.
Yes, ma'am. I agree. So I'm sure we're not going to be able to get to everything, so we may obviously need to plan another session after, and we can. But I'm going to just go through as much as possible, and then if any, I I have as long as you need today. Okay, most certainly. I'll help you. Well, thank God. Thank you for the opportunity to be here with you, Missy, and to be with your audience. You're absolutely right. I am Rabbi Michael Moshe Rothschild. I'm an Orthodox rabbi. I'm additionally a certified project management professional. I've successfully launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. Moreover, I'm a futurist. My work focuses on the intersection of spirituality, technology, and humanity's long term future. I've been an active participant in both modern Orthodox and Hasidic Jewish communities, including Chabad, for many years, while exploring how the principles of postmodern Orthodox Judaism may help bridge traditional Jewish thought with contemporary technological, social, and global challenges. I became an Orthodox Jewish rabbi in 2021, a process traditionally known as smicha, or laying on of hands, following years of immense and immersive religious study and practice, including daily synagogue attendance, extensive learning with multiple rabbis, Chumash or Torah study, Daf Yomi or daily Talmud study, Gemara classes, additional Talmud study, and an ongoing study of Hebrew, Yiddish, Aramaic, Ladino, along with traditional Chavrusa, which is paired study learning. Rather than pursuing a traditional congregational or academic rabbinical career, I chose to develop an alternative model of pastoral outreach and public engagement through digital media. For nearly 5 years, I have maintained a 24/7, 365 multi stream YouTube project that is dedicated to promoting world peace, transparency, and human connection. This initiative has been described as analogous to a real life Truman Show or a real life Big Brother, as it documents my daily life in an effort to encourage dialogue, understanding, and global community building. Through this project, I've created an openly accessible digital timeline and time capsule of human life dating back to the pandemic era. I maintain, in addition, a continuously operating radio broadcast in the background of my live streams to preserve and document the global news cycle in real time. In a previous era, the form of documentation, or this form of documentation, may have been taken the form of a uh, diary keeping or journalism, but in the modern age, I use continuous video archiving to preserve both my personal experiences and historical events so that future generations may study them from a historical, biological, sociological, and technological perspective. My work explores how concepts associated with postmodern Orthodox Judaism can contribute to contemporary conversations surrounding technology, digital identity, ethics, artificial intelligence, and humanity's collective future. I frequently discuss futurism, world peace initiatives, emerging technologies, and sustainable solutions to global challenges. I also examine the long term trajectory of human civilization, including ethical, social, and philosophical implications of humanity's potential transition toward a transhumanist future. My work seeks to foster interdisciplinary conversations that bridge religion, technology, data preservation, and humanity's shared future while encouraging thoughtful dialogue about building a more peaceful, sustainable, and interconnected world. And I do have a spiel that I give, really my breakdown of what I do. I am Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase content is king was coined, and I'm making it true today. In my own way, I'm kind of king of the internet. My streams are the largest human time capsule in global history. In 2017, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, Missy, and your audience and your friends and family all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by some cryptocurrencies. One of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. I love to talk about futurism topics, things like anti gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence, things like space tourism, space travel, interstellar communications, terraforming of other planets, perhaps things like cryptocurrency and quantum computing, things like Santa Claus machines, which are like replicators that one might have seen in Star Trek of years past. Things like de extinction. Many people don't know this, but the first successful de extinction has already taken place. It happened in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 2 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates. I just think this is a mind blowing goal, and I'm excited to be able to archive it. They recently made headlines with their direwolf project. Moreover, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger as well as the dodo bird, which I just think is at one time in my life, I would have thought was science fiction, but it's becoming science fact. Moreover, I like to talk about things that improve people individually. So, for anyone out there, I want to preface this by saying if you don't want this type of technology, I don't think it should be forced on you. I think that if it's your body, your choice, you make the decisions that you want. But for those of us who are interested, I want to give them through my stream and through the monetization of it the resources to be able to live longer. Most of the audience probably has an average life expectancy or when they were born of about age 80. And I'd like to increase that if they want to age 100, 120 through the use of technology such as oxygen therapy, human growth hormones, stem cells, cryogenics, cold shock therapy, nootropics, peptides, red light therapy, blood transfusions, testosterone replacement therapy, whatever people want to be able to extend their life, to be able to move into a future of perhaps being able to utilize age reversal techniques. And eventually, if they want, perhaps at age 120 or older, they may say, Rabbi, my life has been really amazing, and everything that you talked about with Missy in 2026 seemed like science fiction, but it's become science fact. But my body's starting to break down. What are the next plans? And this is again with your consent, with people's consent. If they want, they may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where with again with someone's consent, we scan their brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in their central nervous system and their peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of themselves, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever they want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you and your audience is that there may be a future in a generation or two of some type of immortality, or at least digital immortality. And I find that to be of extreme excitement. We're really transitioning from your typical Homo sapien that had a limited lifespan into at least a being that is able to extend its lifespan and may be able to prevent death indefinitely or delay death indefinitely. Moreover, other types of technologies may be utilized, like revivification technology, where we can actually bring back people who have once died, which certainly would be an adaptation that wasn't previously utilized by Homo sapiens. And really, I think that the sky is the limit in terms of where we're moving into the future as humanity. So, with that, that's a little introduction about me. Um, Absolutely. Most certainly, yes. So I had plans to move to Israel around the pandemic, and then of course the pandemic limited some major travel opportunities, and then due to conflict there, it's just not necessarily the safest of places. So I make the United States my home, with perhaps a future of living abroad. In terms of how I got started with this, I was your traditional black hat Orthodox Jew attending synagogue every single day, multiple times a day, for years on end prior to the pandemic. And it was during the pandemic when my position as a certified project management professional went virtual or remote. And I had to shift a little bit from going into work every day and the commute within Southern California of the daily grind to being able to uh, be at my computer and be at work with this remote role. And I found that much of my the classes I was taking and even some events that we were having within my religious life also went remote. So I had gone from really having no digital presence, no social media presence, to being on camera anywhere between 8 and 12 hours a day. And that reduced my anxiety in terms of, I would say, live streaming my life. And I was already doing it for half of my day. And I recognized that it would be interesting to be able to archive those videos in some way. But it would be a transition, but over the course of a few months in 2021 during the pandemic, when after work I would hit golf balls in Anaheim, California, at Tiger Woods' golf course, and I would be on the driving range and I would make little jokes to myself about if I had hooked the ball or sliced the ball or topped the ball, while archiving my golf swing, because I really wanted to see what my golf swing looked like. And I recognized that some of these videos that I was making were kind of funny, and that my future family, God willing, someday may eventually want to perhaps see what their dear old dad was like before they were a gleam in my eye. So I would upload the content every single night after work, and it was taking me a long time. I would get throttled by ISPs, and I had to have multiple devices, and it was just very cumbersome. And in fall of 2021, I thought to myself, you know what? If I'm gonna continue to be on camera so much, it's kind of a waste that it just is streamed and it doesn't archive anywhere. No one can learn anything from that. or generally it's more difficult. I want people to be able to study it in the future. And I had seen the movie The Truman Show, and I had seen the television show Big Brother, and thought, well, wouldn't it be interesting if I just kind of became one of those characters, basically who live streams their life? And in fall of 2021, I created my first YouTube account, my first Twitch account, and began to link them. And as I was live streaming my life from one device originally, or maybe just a couple of devices, I thought, you know what? If I'm going to do this, I'm going to do it better than anybody's ever done it before. So I bought 33 different devices, everything from laptops to iPhones to Android devices, certainly and things like Chromebooks and tablets, and I put them around myself in 360 degrees, and that's basically how it started. So next, that are viral. I don't know if I necessarily have any one channel that's viral. I do have some channels that have uh, tens of thousands of followers on Twitch. My channel Viral Rabbi is tens of thousands, but I for reasons like have archived that channel for posterity, and I archive many of my channels. And the reason why is because if I'm ever streaming, anybody who knows the streaming world, you can get strikes for perhaps copyright infringement. And so I do have a radio going in the background, and if it plays a song that is copyrighted, I can run into the issue where I can lose the channel. So every 6 months or so, I create brand new accounts and archive them. In terms of my social media, I have more social media than any person on earth. I have over 100 YouTube accounts. I have over 200 Instagram accounts. I have over 500 Twitch accounts. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts. I want to be uncancelable. I want redundant streams. So uh, every if yeah, usually it's just Rabbi Rothschild and then some numbers after it. So 001, 002, 003. So there is some rhyme to the reasoning, but really the easiest way to find them is just to type viral rabbi or hashtag viral rabbi in any search engine, and you'll be able to find all of my content. That's okay. I use that as well. The reason why I use Viral Rabbi is sometimes Rabbi Rothschild, it's 15 characters, and some platforms limit the amount of characters that you can have. So Viral Rabbi is a little bit shorter and allows me to have uh, that hashtag more visible. Moreover, I have over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts and 10,000 Kick accounts. So this is really a huge compilation of human data. In terms of the question, where are my biggest um, channels that I have? I have like nearly 50,000 on under Viral Rabbi on Twitch. I have something like 10,000 on Instagram. I have some other smaller platforms that have tens of thousands, like Nemo TV. But really, the biggest channels that I have thousands on TikTok. But what makes me different than other streamers is I have multiple accounts. So I might have 50 TikTok accounts that have over 1,000 people on them, which gives me the ability to be able to archive much of my data on different platforms and really just do my best to be uncancelable. It's very easy to cancel someone if they only have one account. So it would take a very prudent, very determined individual or group of people to be able to wipe my presence clean from the internet, which is what I want. I want this to be something that is redundant, that has backups of my backups, so that all of the data when I go viral is eventually able to be discovered. Sure, your email was in your Spotify profile, I believe, for the channel, and I was looking up people who were interested in common causes as I am, and I found your email and sent you an email all the time. Absolutely. So one for 1 year prior to the launch of OpenAI, I have archived on YouTube and other platforms. And then I was an early adopter of OpenAI's ChatGPT in November of 2020. 2022 and a user when it launched on November 30th, 2022. And so I've been able to see the development of ChatGPT and Grok and Claude and Gemini, and they all have unique traits, I would say, in terms, and they change. So that's unfortunate, most certainly. I would say that I am somewhat biased toward ChatGPT just because it's the one that I've been using the most. However, in terms of the image creation, I do like Gemini because Gemini gives you, I think, like maybe 30 credits a day to be able to create images when ChatGPT, I believe, gives you like three, something like that. So, whatever one of the platforms gives me the most amount of free opportunities, I generally utilize them. One thing that I do, I write a blog. It's rabbirothschild.medium.com. What's unique about my blog is whenever I have an idea on which I want to write, I take the idea, I write it, and then I put it through ChatGPT or Grok or any of the other um, AI engines, and then I will take the result and put it into another AI engine and ask the other engine to compare it from a logical soundness standpoint, and it will tell me wherever I have perhaps a weakness in an argument or where I can certainly strengthen an element of my writing, and then I will go back and revise. And so I'm really proud of the writing that I have published because not only do I think that it is sound logic, but multiple engines of AI do as well. Um, yeah, certainly. So, how can one person manage all the channels? Uh, it's an excellent question. I keep I keep a large spreadsheet that has much of the information of what channel is managing what device is managing what. So that's probably the easiest way that I am able to manage individual channels. Additionally, I multi-stream on my devices, which I think makes it a little easier because then generally I only have to log into one main account, and the streams are multi-streamed to different platforms. So just to give the audience an idea, on something like there's a platform known as Rumble Studio that allows for free multi-streaming, which I think is great. And I advise if you're an influencer, you should multi-stream. Why waste your time on just YouTube or just Twitch or just Kick or just Rumble when you could be utilizing all of those audiences at the same time and basically compounding your influence? And so I use Rumble Studio to live stream simultaneously from YouTube and Facebook and Kick and Twitch and certainly Rumble itself. So each one of my devices is compounding the amount of data that I'm creating, but I generally only have to log in with one account and remember the credentials for that one account. But it does get complicated, and I do have some channels that I've just completely forgotten how to log in, and I don't know. Basically, one day I hope to be in the good graces of a company like Google or Twitch or TikTok or whatever it may be to be able to get in some of them. But if not, then they're just archives for humans to be able to study in the future. In terms of monetization, I do not recommend the process that I have gone for monetization. The best way to do it is to have one account per platform and to read the terms and conditions beforehand. That's really important as well to know what you can and can't do on different platforms and to know what the expectations are to be monetized on each. So perhaps like on YouTube, you need a certain amount of subscribers. You may need perhaps a certain number of watch hours. You may need to have an established account. In something like Kick, there's the Kick Creator Program that can pay you a certain dollar amount per hour for you to be able to stream, but you have to stream a certain amount within every 30 days or so. In terms of Twitch, it's a similar program that they have. I personally think Rumble has a great program where you start earning the minute that you start streaming on there, which I think is really cool. The idea is that if you um, create a brand new Rumble account and start streaming, you'll make a few cents. I'm not saying that it's enough to retire on by any means, but it's nice to see that your account is, you don't look at it and it's got 20 bucks in it. And if you have enough accounts, you might, just off of Rumble, be able to um, do whatever it is you may wish with that money. At least for my perspective and the monetization, I don't really worry about the money. I don't worry about the amount of views that I get because I am in so many different platforms with so many different accounts that it's hard for me to just focus on one. When I first started, of course, I just had one account and on each platform. But again, you'll find that, like in a case like mine, I may fall asleep during a stream because I do sleep on stream. And when that occurred, yeah, yeah, I mean, the term pimp is something that's just like a funny, cool individual. And I am live on 24 different streams or 24/7 on multiple different streams. I could have said a cool person or I could have said a neat guy or whatever. But traditionally, the term pimp is just somebody who people like to be around. And I, I give kind of a fictitious warning at the beginning that I'm a cool individual and you're going to like what I do. In terms of, most certainly, and as we have discussed offline, I'll help you in any way that I can. In terms of the different requirements to be able to be monetized on the different platforms, it absolutely does change. When I first started, I think YouTube, you needed 1,000 followers and 4,000 watch hours. And then that increased to something like 10,000, which is quite an up in their requirements. And so it's a good idea to get in as early as you can because generally the requirements to be monetized do not lessen; they become more strict. Um, and if you are looking to be an influencer just to make money, I don't know if it's the best idea unless you already have a large community. I can tell you, at least on Discord, I have about 3,000 people in my Discord. And these are people who are quite loyal to me, some of whom spend 24 hours a day with me. They live stream their lives alongside of me. And that's what gives me joy when people come in and connect with me directly. I'd much rather have that than just a random comment on one of my numerous videos or one of my numerous channels. So I invite anybody who wants to connect with me 24 hours a day. Join my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. You'll be part of a community of thousands of people, real people. We watch movies together, we play games together, we watch sports together. This is a place for people who need pastoral advice or employment advice or relationship advice can come 24 hours a day and connect with me. So, in terms of the monetization aspect, it's not that important to me. In fact, it's not really at all important to me at this point. I know that the monetization of my channels will be immense in the future. If you don't mind, do you mind if I explain how I plan on monetizing this channel? It depends how you want to define that. At one point, about 13 years ago or so, I saw a plasma ball. If you're familiar, there was a plasma ball flap that occurred in okay, excellent. That occurred not just in the United States but globally, and so I did um, see a plasma ball that flew. I was driving my car. It was in the United States, and it was about. It was in the evening, about close to sunset, but not yet sunset, and I knew where the sun was, so it definitely wasn't the sun. And basically, something the size of a beach ball or so flew over my car about 50 feet or so. It was bright orange, and I was traveling about 20 miles per hour, and it was in the United States. I don't want to say the exact location, and it flew over my car, and I felt this intense intelligence from it. That there was like it felt not um, artificial. Well, I should say it didn't feel man-made. It felt intelligent, like you could almost communicate with it, though I did not. It flew. Um, it was traveling about 20 miles per hour, and I was traveling about 20 miles per hour, and it went into a suburban area. And I remember thinking, my whole life I wanted to see something, a UFO or a craft or an alien of some sort, and I never had that opportunity. But I did see this, and so it resonated with me, and I ended up looking up information on this and found that this was a huge phenomenon that was happening across the world at that time, and it still happens. And I've seen these plasma balls create crop circles, and I've seen them being chased by black helicopters. So I really thought that that was really interesting in terms of an abduction. To my knowledge, I've never been abducted. In terms of um, any kind of paranormal, ghosts and that kind of stuff, I don't recall ever having that kind of an experience. But I have seen a plasma ball, and um, I, it is. It most certainly is. And so I invite your audience, if they have had this type of experience, to go to the MUFON website and to create a case. Um, Even if it's a decade later, it's important that this type of information is archived for future generations. And so I do have a regret that I didn't create a case right away. It took me a little while to be able to create a case, but I ended up eventually creating a case, and did my best to um, provide as much information as possible. It was orange, about the size of a beach ball. It was almost like it was on fire, um, and it was completely silent. And it's the only one that I've ever seen, but that was certainly an interesting experience that I had. Yes, I did. Would you like to have that discussion now? Most certainly. So I did have a chance to see Disclosure Day, and for anyone who hasn't seen it, I would just give the um, spoiler alert, because we probably are going to talk about some things that were within the movie that I don't want to ruin for you. So I personally had a great amount of excitement for this movie. Um, Excellent. And so having the opportunity with we had um, Steven Spielberg having doing a huge press tour in terms of it, and it having a leading lady like Emily um, Blunt. I thought this was going to be a major event, and it left me, frankly, somewhat disappointed. And for anyone out there, it, just to give an idea of what it's about, um, it stars Emily Blunt. It's it explores what happens when proof of extraterrestrial life becomes public knowledge. It centers on a cybersecurity whistleblower exposing classified alien-related files, and a meteorologist who is played by Emily Blunt, who begins experiencing unexplained phenomena and telepathic language. Both characters are linked by a hidden history of alien contact and government suppression. I thought that this movie had a really great opportunity to blow the doors off the alien subject, and it just left me with a lot to be desired. A basic story overview: there's a major corporation that is revealed to have hidden evidence of alien encounters for decades. There's a data breach that exposes classified files tied to UFO events dating back to Roswell. Uh, Basically, the two main characters discover they were involved in childhood abductions connected to a larger extraterrestrial experiment. A whistleblower group helps them uncover suppressed memories and alien communication. They eventually broadcast global evidence of alien contact to the world, and the film ends with a single transmitted alien message interpreted as "listen." And I don't know what you thought, but to me, it seems like there's going to be a disclosure day too, just based off that. There was a huge opening. There's a huge opportunity here, which was somewhat disappointing to me because I wanted to get to the bottom of this. Overall, I found the movie to be quite boring, uh, honestly, and somewhat unrealistic in many ways. But I understand it is Hollywood. I found as well that there were some interesting aspects of the discussion of Lyndon Johnson at Homestead base in Florida with Jackie Gleason to be an interesting topic, and the video that they purported of having the Roswell alien crash bodies and the case in Pennsylvania to be quite interesting. And to me, overall, Disclosure Day does help the disclosure movement because it does make the topic more mainstream. But I just thought they could have done so much more with the movie. And oh, excellent. Okay, great. So I have heard some people who have enjoyed it. I've heard people who have not. The idea of the car chase with the on the train and everything, yes, absolutely is a Hollywood creation, which I do understand. So the parts that you really liked, um, we might have kind of had opposite opinions. I found the end to be much better. So the ending, right? Yes, yes. It was. So one time I was a major skeptic of the UFO phenomenon. I would debate people publicly that this is bunk, that this is fringe theory. This is not scientific, and I will be the first to admit I was wrong. And it takes a strong person to admit that they're wrong on a topic. I was absolutely wrong. The thing that connected with me or resonated with me and really convinced me that the UFO phenomenon is real and that they are here was the Disclosure Project of Dr. Stephen Greer that I first saw around 2008 or 2009. And if, for those not familiar, the Disclosure Project was an event at the National Press Corps on May 9th, 2001, where Dr. Stephen Greer, who was an emergency room physician, uh, brought in a dozen or so whistleblowers from all aspects of military intelligence, international experts, people who've worked at NASA, and they had real data that, for the first time in my life, that was able to convince me that this was more of a phenomenon than I had even than I had once perceived. It was the first time that it was one whistleblower after another, after another, after another, as opposed to most UFO documentaries that I had seen, which were just someone who was, in a shadowy um, background, and you couldn't really, um, they distorted their voices and things like that. It was not this at all. This was people who had been credentialed in the highest levels of the government, the FAA, NASA, certainly within military intelligence, and they had real data, FAA readings. They had whistleblowers who talk about NASA um, photoshopping or airbrushing these crafts in publicly available photos, um, and that was a groundbreaking event in my life that caused me to then really dig into Bob Lazar, Area 51, S4, Element 115, Unum Pentium, Moscovium, uh, whatever you want to call it. Um, the I've been close. I have not been to the Little Alien or anything like that. Don't know. Oh, okay. There you go. People ask me this. I don't really watch my streams that much. I just check them from a quality assurance perspective to make sure they're archiving. But it's so much that I have to be able to delve through. It's literally nearly 5 years of 24/7 continuous streaming. I do want to preface by saying every 12 hours, generally, I stop my streams and restart them so that they're archived on YouTube. So for anyone out there who, I mean, it'll be a group effort, certainly. But there will be people who will be able to watch huge amounts of my streams and see if we do catch any type of paranormal activity or any kind of um, just interesting aspects. And what's also interesting is I'm streaming from different angles. So that usually isn't done within many. We don't have multiple angles usually of paranormal. No, I stream outdoors. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far east as the desert and mountains, as far west as the Pacific Ocean. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, in Los Angeles, at Disneyland, really everywhere within Southern California. Um, and I find it easiest though to stream inside because that's where the Wi-Fi is the strongest, and I can't carry 33 different devices with me um, from a practicality standpoint, but also um, uh, I just don't have that much data to be able to upload. So I do have a far more IRL stream content than probably most people have of their entire life on camera. But most of my streams are inside and generally where I have the strongest wireless signal. Most certainly. So let's talk about I want to make sure that we have addressed the topic of the monetization, and then I'll get into all of that. Is that okay? Excellent. So, within what I do, this continuous digital human and historical media engine, I feel that it could be the biggest event in global history. And I say that because I cover so many different topics, including alien disclosure. And there's a really important aspect of being able to monetize this as a live broadcast layer, the real-time attention capture. There's a massive archival layer. There's the viral distribution layer, a monetization layer with ads, sponsorships, subscriptions, and stuff, the potential AI training layer, and a cultural timeline layer. So for anyone out there who may doubt that this has the opportunity to make not only me but the audience extremely wealthy because I want to help everybody with that. I did want to ensure that there are a lot of ways that we're going to be able to make money on this when it goes viral. In terms of the discussions that you had with DUMS and alien abductions and such, um, So at least my understanding of well, with the alien abduction phenomenon, um, really we have some major cases that I started to study over the course of the decade or so after I became a believer in alien um, in the alien phenomena. And every single night, yeah, yeah, 100%. I called into coast to coast multiple times um, to share just predictions and things like that. Yeah, so anybody who is a coast to coast fan, every single night for 7 hours a night, I listen to Coast to Coast. There's on KFI AM 640 Los Angeles. There is a 4 hour show, and then they replay the show for another 3 hours before the morning broadcast. So uh, you don't have to necessarily, if you don't want, subscribe to the Coast subscription, because you can listen to every show on my stream. So I'm a huge Coast to Coast fan. I used to be afraid of Coast to Coast AM. Um, just when I was a little kid, because it seemed really scary, and they would talk about things that maybe weren't so focused on children. But as I got older, I would listen to Art Bell and some of his archive, and then of course George Norrie, and get really excited about this was a place where people could be able to connect, share their stories, share their experiences, and I found this to be very scientific. For anyone out there, I mean, we're talking about advanced propulsion and advanced particle physics and anti-gravity and antimatter, and really things that uh, many people do consider to be scientific, but just because it's not always the most mainstream of a discussion, people have some doubts about. But in terms of the coast to coast realm, I'm a coastie. I love it. Listen to it every night. In terms of the alien abduction phenomenon, I find these cases to be of extreme interest because this is where we are able to derive a lot of our understanding of firsthand encounters with aliens. And so, to just go through a few of the ones that I have found interesting, there's, of course, the Antonio Villas Boas case from October 15th, 1957, near Sao Francisco de Sales in Brazil. And the background is Boas was a 23-year-old farmer. He was working late at night plowing fields in his family's farm. And because of the summer heat, he was working late into the sunset. He noticed what appeared to be a bright red star. The object seemed unusually bright and appeared to move toward him. As it approached, he realized it was not a star. The object descended toward the field. He described the craft as egg shaped, metallic in appearance, rested on three legs, had a rotating red light on top, emitted a bright glow. The capture was, he tried to flee on his tractor. Four humanoid beings emerged. They chased him through the field. They physically grabbed him and carried him aboard. His description of the beings: they were roughly 5 feet tall, they had gray coveralls, helmet like headgear, blue eyes, no understandable speech. They communicated through barking and growling sounds, which is different than some of the other cases that we have, which I always found to be interesting. I always find the inside of the crafts to be just extremely exciting. This craft had metallic corridors, strange red symbols on the walls, a strong chemical odor, bright lighting without visible light fixtures, and a medical examination was conducted, which is pretty common of these. His clothing was removed, blood was drawn from his chin, his entire body was inspected. There were strange instruments used, and then this has always been mind blowing to me. A female humanoid approached him. Uh, there was an encounter. Gas was released into the room. He interpreted this female to be attractive. She had blonde hair, blue eyes, high cheekbones, large cat like eyes. And I've also heard interpretations that this was just how he interpreted the being, that the being could have been an alien looking uh, species as well. He claimed that engaged in sexual intercourse. The female afterward pointed to her abdomen, to him, and then to the sky, which he believed was indicating she would bear a hybrid child. He was later released to a field several hours later. The craft descended rapidly, and it disappeared into the night sky. Of historical importance, this is often considered the first modern alien abduction case, and it introduced the reproductive themes later in other abduction cases. Of course, there's the Betty and Barney Hill case, September 19th to 20th, 1961, in the White Mountains of New Hampshire. The background is that Betty and Barney Hill were a married couple returning from vacation in Canada. Something that's unique about them in this case is that they were an interracial couple when interracial couples were not considered to be normal. They were driving into rural New Hampshire at night. The initial sighting was that Betty noticed a bright light. It appeared to move independently of the stars. The object followed their vehicle for many miles. They had a close encounter. Barney stopped the car. He viewed the object through binoculars and he claimed he saw a large disc shaped craft, rows of windows, humanoid figures looking directly at him. One figure appeared to be the leader. There was missing time. It, they returned home much later than expected. Approximately 2 hours were accounted for. Their watches stopped working. Betty's dress was damaged. Barney's shoes were unusually scuffed, and they had hypnotic recall. Years later, they both underwent hypnosis. They described the beings as having large wraparound eyes, gray skin, hairless heads, thin noses, small mouths, and uniform like clothing. Aboard the craft, Betty's account, she was escorted through corridors. She met a leader figure. She was placed on an examination table. Her hair sample was taken, skin samples taken. A needle was inserted into her abdomen. Barney's account was that he was separated from Betty, subjected to medical examination, body measurements recorded, cup-like device was placed on his body, and then there was the star map. Betty claimed that she was shown a three-dimensional star chart. She later drew the map from memory. Some UFO researchers associated it with the Zeta Reticuli system, and we'll talk about the Zetas in a little bit if we have the opportunity. There was historical importance. This created the modern gray alien archetype, and it became the template for most later abduction reports. Other things that I always found to be interesting about this case were that the aliens ripped Betty's dress allegedly, that they weren't able to figure out something as simple as a zipper. That Barney's shoes were scuffed on the tops of the shoes, which meant that he was probably dragged, and that um, they were very scared thereafter. They never made a huge amount of money from this, and most of the alien abductees or people who've had some type of anomalous encounter do not make a lot of money on this. There isn't a lot of reason to want to be someone who considers yourself to be connected to these types of phenomena because there's a lot of ridicule for when this occurs. And I should have prefaced all of this discussion by saying I don't know if any of this is true. All of this is alleged, but this is the history of the alien abduction story. Yes, I do, and I have for some years. Yep, we'll get into that in just a moment. And as for David Paulides, I think he's doing a really great job of trying to get to the bottom of what's going on in um, national parks. I don't know, frankly, but there are some amazing stories that he has of disappearances. Um, and we do know, we'll go into the story in a few moments, um, of some people who have been abducted within heavily forested areas. And it most certainly could be this. That would be a really great opportunity for people to be abducted. It provides a my lab provides um, or a national forest or no. I agree. No, consent is very important in this, and I don't agree that somebody should be taken ever against their will. No, what I'm saying is that a military abduction encounter it would it's much easier to do one of these in a rural environment than it is an urban environment. Exactly. Yes, I'm in agreement with you, and so I'm glad that you're enlightened on this subject. Um, to if we really think about how vast the universe could be, any kind of alien that you can imagine probably exists in one form or another. And so, of course, a hairy being could exist. We have heard in the on the Bigfoot subject that there may be some type of connection between UFOs and Bigfoot. What one person may consider to be a Bigfoot, like a great ape, could be extra dimensional. Could be interdimensional, I should say, or extraterrestrial. So, with the idea that shapeshifting may be a reality, and you can shapeshift into anything that you want, including a reptile or an alien gray, the idea of a Bigfoot like Chewbacca is not that strange to me. So, I'm not someone who thinks that Bigfoot is necessarily all a hoax. I do have questions like why don't we find dead ones and how do they reproduce and why don't we ever really get really great film on the matter? Yes, that's that's right. And I believe I've heard discussions whether these are true or not. I don't know, but the Patterson Gimlin film is one of the top five most viewed clips in global history. Whether that's true or not, I'm not sure. But you're absolutely right. It is. If it's not top five, it is one of the most persistent ideas in terms of the Bigfoot phenomenon, and to this day hasn't fully been um, clarified as to exactly what occurred then. There have been discussions. Oh, there were deathbed confessions, and there perhaps was some malfeasance going on. But overall, it's the best evidence that we have that occurred in Northern California decades ago. I'd like something more recent. I think everybody would, especially with the advent of trail cams that are basically motion sensor detection devices. I would expect that we should be able to have better evidence of Bigfoot, and I don't have the answer as to why we don't. Uh, I don't know if I'm the best person to say which one has broken it down the best because I haven't seen them all. And I'm more of an advocate of documentaries in terms of the alien phenomenon because a lot of Hollywood can take um, make some connections that aren't always there. However, for anyone who hasn't seen Close Encounters of the Third Kind, I feel that that's one of the classics, and really most certainly. And E.T. E.T. to me brought the idea of the phrase extraterrestrial into the mainstream um, within the mid 1980s, and there's a certain nostalgia that I have for that. I think Independence Day really put aliens as a blockbuster event that it was just such a huge budget and huge summer release that it was one of those movies that forced everybody to see it. That I don't know if Disclosure Day has had. The movie industry has changed since in the last 30 years or so in terms of what gets people excited. But those are some probably more conventional, more mainstream movies that I think bring the idea of disclosure in multiple ways with um, Close Encounters, with the idea of the different connections that one might have to extraterrestrials, with ET and actually having a personal relationship with aliens in a way that we hadn't really previously seen in a big way, and then Independence Day, where we have these crafts over every major American city, and we're starting to see every single television channel focused on this phenomenon. Those are some of my favorites. Absolutely. It good questions. That's correct. So in terms of the idea of leaving Earth, um, if I may, I would reference Chaim Eshed. Uh, Absolutely. So, for anyone who doesn't know who Chaim Eshed was, or is he or his revelation, he had an event that occurred in 2020 regarding extraterrestrial life, a purported galactic federation, and the alleged cooperation between extraterrestrials, the United States, and Israel. So his claims received worldwide media attention because he was of his senior career in Israeli defense and space programs. While none of this can necessarily be proven, what he added to the disclosure topic is quite interesting and specifically involves Mars. And when you were talking about Elon Musk, I feel it was prudent to be able to bring it up now. So basically, Chaim was the former head of Israel's space security program. He served for decades within Israeli defense related space activities. He was a retired major general equivalent in the Israeli defense circles. He received numerous Israeli security awards and he became internationally known following the statements he made in 2020. Why the story became famous in terms of disclosure. In interviews promoting a book, he stated that extraterrestrials exist, a galactic federation exists, the United States knows about extraterrestrials, Israel has interacted with extraterrestrials, humanity is not yet ready for open disclosure, a secret underground facility exists on Mars involving humans and extraterrestrials. These claims were widely reported internationally, though there's no documentary evidence accompanying just these statements. There were no government confirmed the allegations, and of course this remains unverified. But basically, his career from 1981 to 2011, he directed the Israeli military space program, and was one of the leaders of it. He oversaw satellite-related activities. He was involved in national security space projects, and he became one of Israel's most senior space security officials. In December 2020 is when all the international attention occurred. The story spread globally after publication of interviews discussing his claims. News outlets worldwide reported his story. The interest surged in UFOs and disclosure communities. Mainstream media covered the allegations because of Ashed's credentials. What he talked about, and I found this to be of extreme interest, was the Galactic Federation. He claimed that there was a galactic federation that exists, that multiple extraterrestrial civilizations belong to it, humanity is being observed, contact is limited because humanity is not ready. The alleged purpose is to prevent premature disclosure, there, according to his narrative, to monitor humanity and study civilization development. Now, in terms of the United States connection, he states that there was cooperation, that the U.S. government knows extraterrestrials exist, that certain information remains classified, and that this contact has occurred for many years. He stated that President Trump, uh, who was then president at that time, uh, and then would become president again. He was aware of certain information, and that perhaps disclosure efforts within the administration had been considered. His Mars claim was that there was an underground Mars base. This was one of his most discussed statements. He claimed that there's a joint underground facility that exists on Mars. Humans and extraterrestrials allegedly cooperate there, and scientific activities occur at that facility. He stated that humanity was not ready, that extraterrestrials do not want open disclosure yet, humanity must develop further, and contact would eventually become public. The connection to the UFO disclosure movement is that basically that his claims gave more government transparency, or perhaps led people to investigate the issue more regarding UFOs or UAPs. In terms of um, the reaction from the UFO community, some researchers argued that his career gave his statements unusual significance. Senior officials rarely make such claims publicly, and that the story deserved investigation. Of course, there were skeptics. Critics asked, where is the documentation? Where are the photographs? Where are the corroborating witnesses? Why has no government confirmed the claims? These are excellent questions to be asked as well. Uh, this was a comparison, or the comparisons have been made to other disclosure figures like Paul Hellyer, Edgar Mitchell, David Grush. Paul Hellyer was a Canadian leader within the Canadian government. Edgar Mitchell was an Apollo astronaut, and David Grush is a U.S. military whistleblower. Um, so the, Correct. So common themes within the narrative of the Galactic Federation, that they are an interstellar organization, that there are multiple civilizations, and there's an oversight role. It's been described like a United Nations of space. Um, there's controlled disclosure perhaps occurring, that humanity's not ready, that this information will be released gradually, and secrecy is maintained. That this is basically known as soft disclosure. He described advanced technology from highly advanced civilizations who have been involved and interested in the long term observation of Earth. His Mars operations, their secret facilities, human extraterrestrial cooperation. Really, this was just something that he wrote. There wasn't necessarily much evidence or really any evidence of it, but he certainly claimed that aliens exist. He claimed that the Galactic Federation exists. He claims that there is a Mars base. Uh, but the government has not confirmed any of these claims, and no evidence has been produced. So, in terms of Haim Eshed, if you have to remember anything about him, he was a highly placed Israeli space security official. In 2020, he publicly discussed extraterrestrials, a galactic federation, and the Mars facility, and these claims attracted worldwide attention but remain unverified and unsupported. With that being said, you brought up another point regarding humanity's development into a type 1 civilization. Is that correct? Um, I'm certainly am not a yeah. I'm certainly not an expert on on all aspects of these these disclosures, but I do think that um, he he helped to promote the disclosure effort, and the Three Eye Atlas. Um, as I understand, it's the third interstellar object discovered passing our solar system. He theorized that it had unusual anomalies, including its huge size, trajectory, um, and uh, basically there was a huge amount of abundance of high deuterium and to hydrogen ratios. Um, and as I understand now, by in the current time, the Three Eye Atlas is well beyond Jupiter. It's speeding away from the sun and back into interstellar space. Um, but even without being able to prove what this was, I think Avilov helped to promote the disclosure topic by bringing in some new evidence of some type of anomaly and forcing people to take this subject more seriously. Most certainly. So one thing that you had mentioned previously is developing from a type one civilization or type zero civilization to type one. And for those who don't know what we're referencing, this is the Kardashev scale. For those who don't know, this was developed by Nikolai Kardashev. He was a Russian physicist who died in 2019. He worked for the Russian Space Institute. He focused on radio astronomy and the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. The Kardashev scale was first proposed in 1964 in a paper, Transmission of Information, by extraterrestrial civilizations. Um, so the idea of a type 1 civilization, which has been proposed, we are not quite yet there, is a planetary civilization. It uses all energy available on its home planet. It's able to control its climate systems, its oceans, the planetary energy grid, and humanity today has been estimated to be about zero point 0.7. That's Carl Sagan, who said that decades ago, and I still don't know if we're there yet. There's a type 2, which is a stellar civilization. It uses energy from its entire star, possibly megastructures like a Dyson swarm or Dyson sphere, and we are most likely far from this level. That may be millennia or tens of millennia in the future. And then a galactic civilization, which is a type 3, it harnesses the energy of its entire galaxy. It's able to control billions of star systems, and we're not remotely close. There, uh, the Kardashev scale has had some speculative add-ons for anyone who is of interest. There's a Type 4, a supergalactic civilization that uses energy across multiple galaxies. It may manipulate galactic clusters, dark energy, and allows civilization spans enormous distances. There's Type 5, which is a multiverse civilization, operates across multiple universes, requires physics beyond known science, and has access to parallel universes or space-time domains. There's part 6, universe creating civilization. It can create entire universes, designs physical laws and constraints, and reality engineering capability. And then type 7, a meta reality civilization. It exists beyond physical reality itself. It controls all possible universes, all timelines, and mathematical realities, and it's often described as a godlike intelligence and speculative philosophy. And these are speculative. The only ones that Kardashev developed are the first three. Now, in terms of where we stand as humanity, it's been estimated that we're at zero point 0.7. I don't know if we're quite yet there. I've heard hypotheses that state that humans need peace on Earth before we will be offered an opportunity at the table of the Galactic Federation, and I see this to be an inevitability if we don't destroy the Earth. That peace is inevitable if given enough time. And the reason why I say that, if we study civilizations on Earth of the past when they would do exploring, they would need to have peace in the home country before they would have necessarily the ability to have exploration teams and set up colonies and such. And the same is true on Earth, that we're not going to be able to dedicate the energy and the materials and resources to space exploration if we are warring here on Earth. And well, so certainly, and those are important discussions to have at a micro level. In terms of space exploration and such, those are macro ideas. So I'm saying before the year 3000, I think that perhaps we'll have some element of peace on Earth. If we study what alien abductees have stated, that generally they're the abductors. I'm not aware of that. I just so there's a lot to unpack with that. The idea that we may have had some type of um, DNA alterations is consistent with what Bob Lazar was briefed on at S4, Site 4 of Area 51. Within his disclosure, his whistleblowing in the late 1980s, he stated that aliens treat Earth like a zoo or like a large experiment, a long term experiment, and that human DNA has been altered at least 65 times, which is consistent with what you have said. And so we actually have some type of guided evolution as opposed to the traditional type of evolution that many times we've studied within the scientific realm. This would explain some of the development that we have in terms of the immense amount of evolution and um, um, from other species. In terms of the idea of were we founded here? Are there founder races? Does something like that exist? Okay, certainly. So, firstly, are the Anunnaki mentioned in the Bible? Let's get to that. Not in a direct named way. For those who don't know, Anunnaki is an Akkadian word that means those of royal blood, or those who came down from heaven to earth. It's specific to Mesopotamian texts, Sumerian, Akkadian, and Babylonian, and the Hebrew Bible does not mention them as a group. That certainly is different, and we can get. I mean, we can certainly get to that. Um, so uh, I do have the opportunity, if you'd like, to review all of these different terms that we may hear. But as we have studied, the Anakim are a race of giants and the descendants of Anak, and they inhabited the sub anything certainly could be possible. Generally, they're considered separate. Um, the Anakim inhabited a southern hill in Canaan near Hebron, and they were much taller and warlike, or at least had that type of reputation, and intimidated the ancient Israelites, and certainly shaped the uh, the the uh, the biblical narrative of the Exodus. In terms of the Anunnaki, um, this is uh, they're not mentioned directly in the Bible, unlike the Anakim. No Hebrew word corresponds directly to Anunnaki. There's no biblical passage referring to this group of deities. However, the reason why people think there's a connection, there's a God's or divine council parallel. The Bible does not describe. Does the Bible does describe a heavenly council of divine beings, and you referenced this earlier. Now, some of these words are also words that within Orthodox Judaism we use for God. So I need to be very careful. And so I want to preface this by saying this is all for educational purposes, and I may distort the names slightly to be able to for religious purposes. So the first term that you used, and I'm going to break up the word, it's Elo and then Him, which I will call Elohim. uh, this is formulated to the God that's spelled E and then L, which means God, and the translation is usually God or gods or divine beings. And then there's the B'nai Ha Elohim, but some people may say Ha Elo and then Elo, Ha Elo and then Him. And this is the sons of God or divine beings. These appear in Genesis 6 as the sons of God and the daughters of humans, and then also Job 1 and 2. Uh, that's generally. thought it was correct. Yes, and so there's a parallel idea. Um, Much of at least Jewish study is from ancient developments, and while some people may use a term as plural, other people may consider that to be singular, and eventually the monotheistic uh, basis of Judaism would take its form, but it was not immediate. If you look at the text, that many different names of God were developed, and then also some terms may be like Elohim in a plural sense as being the um, the God or gods or divine beings, but that might not always have been in reference to God. So the idea of the Anunnaki as being a divine council of God uh, is certainly prevalent. And in biblical text, there's an Elohim council, a divine court under one supreme God. But these are generally considered to be separate religious systems, not shared entities. Now, within the Genesis flood parallel, there are some similarities that exist between Mesopotamian tradition. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, for those who don't know, this is the, most certainly, yeah, absolutely. So the Epic of Gilgamesh, Gilgamesh is a legendary king. There's a flood story, and there is the Atrasis myth, human destruction, and then a flood narrative. Then we have the biblical tradition, of course, with Noah's flood in Genesis. They both share a global flood narrative and a divine decision to reset humanity and a chosen survivor. However, the Bible does not use the Mesopotamian deity names, and the Anunnaki are not involved in the biblical flood story. So there are some other later traditions, more modern. Some modern writers try to link the Anunnaki, the Nephilim, and the Sons of God passages, but academically, the Nephilim are not identified with the Anunnaki in ancient texts. These are separate traditions that developed independently. Now, with that, let's go into the Nephilim a little bit. So most certainly, those are similar names of what we consider to be Hashem, the name. So we don't pronounce those names within Orthodox Judaism, but yes, that's the God of Abraham in the Hebrew Bible. Sure. If you want to call it a plasma ball, I wouldn't. Different than what I saw, but some type of transcendent physical being. If somebody wanted to consider it that, your people are allowed to interpret things in any way possible. Lightning would be something that would be, I think, an apt description, especially with the, the writing of the tablets. Uh, but generally, within mainstream orthodoxy, we think of God as being incorporeal, meaning not having a body, and thus wouldn't be described as having any kind of human form. If people wanted to consider it as being an energy form, that is more in line with how I would understand it. If people wanted, yeah, some people may call it plasma, other people may call it lightning, other people may call it energy. I'm okay with all of these. However, it uh, allows you to better interpret the story. So long as we stay away from it being of human form, then generally the answer is we don't know. We don't have a good enough description of exactly what it was. So energy is what I'd be comfortable with describing it as. Absolutely, absolutely. So the Nephilim are the fallen ones. Generally, comes from the um, N- Nephilim comes from the Hebrew term nephal, which means to fall. The possible translations are fallen ones, those who have fallen, those who cause others to fall, violent ones, and then later translations are giants. Um, so we have the uh, the reference of the Nephilim twice within the Hebrew Bible. This occurs in Genesis. The reference is the Nephilim were on the earth in those days and also afterward when the sons of God came to the daughters of man and they bore children to them. These were the mighty men of old, men of renown. Uh, so there's this is the first biblical appearance of the Nephilim. It appears immediately before the flood narrative. It does not explicitly define what the Nephilim were, and interpretation certainly depends heavily on the surrounding verses. Now, the second occurrence happens in the book of Numbers, and and there we saw the Nephilim, the sons of Anak, from the Nephilim, and we were in our own sight like grasshoppers, and so we were in their sight. So Anak, this is what we had discussed earlier, the Anakim, the descendants of Anak. This is the second and final appearance of the Nephilim. It was spoken by the Israelite spies. It creates a chronological tension with Genesis, and it is often interpreted as exaggeration or comparison. But uh, major interpretive question that exists with the Nephilim: how do they exist after the flood, or do they exist after the flood? So Genesis places them before the flood, Numbers reference them after the flood. The text does not resolve the issue. Classical explanations is that there was exaggeration. The spies used legendary language to describe fear. There's a comparison theory that the Anakim were compared to the legendary Nephilim. There's a descendant theory that later groups preserved the name or reputation. The traditional Jewish rabbinic approach is that the sons of God means rulers or nobles, and that the Nephilim were violent human elites. This preserves strict monotheism, it avoids angelic reproduction, and it focuses on human moral corruption. There is a second temple tradition. Some ancient Jewish writings interpret the sons of God as angels, and the Nephilim were giant offspring. Uh, this is found in Enochic literature. It's influential, but not universal within Judaism. And then we move into the book of Enoch. So this expands on Genesis. Egyptian. So what we can do is just okay. So we've got two questions here. Let's adjust the YouTube question, and then we can get into Chimera. So the idea of the Anunnaki, it's usually understood as referring to Mesopotamian deities. The name is often analyzed as relating to An or Anu, the sky god, and the ending referring to a group of divine beings. The exact original Sumerian meaning is debated, but it is not derived from a known word Anku, meaning key to life. Now there's the Ankh, the Egyptian symbol meaning life, It is a different language and tradition from the Mesopotamian Anuna or Anunnaki. The key of life idea comes from Egyptian symbolism, not Sumerian. There is also a Mesopotamian word family involving An, which means sky or heaven, and the divine concepts, which may be why some people notice a spiritual connection. Uh, there is a bridge between realms, though. I mean, these are all people within the same 1,000 mile radius, and so there was definitely some connection between them. The Egyptian Ankh usually represents vitality, divine human connection. The Mesopotamian gods is an interaction between divine and human realms, and then the Enoch traditions are heavenly beings crossing into the human world. So those themes generally occur across all the cultures. The idea of the distraction that was referenced is also that some researchers of mythology do discuss. Sometimes there's a modern focus on the Anunnaki as aliens that can overshadow the actual ancient material, which is more about cosmic order, kingship, creation, divine authority, and humanity's relationship with the gods. So, a historically grounded way to frame that idea from an excellent question in the comments is that the Anunnaki may be less important as beings who came here, but more important as symbols of the ancient human attempt to describe the connection between the divine, the cosmos, and human existence. And then, as to your question, the chimera, generally in mythology, as I understand, would be like a fire breathing Greek monster with a lion's head, a goat's body, and a serpent's tail. Um, and there are also ways that it's been described in biology as an animal or plant that contains two or more different sets of DNA. And then, certainly in genetics, a person who absorbed their twin in the womb results in two distinct DNA profiles. So the idea of a chimera um, can certainly have the mythology sense or the modern biological sense. The you were asking what specifically about the chimera? Uh, That's absolutely correct. And Missy, I think that's an accurate and apt observation that we may not know. In terms of could some type of extraterrestrial being have relations or impregnate a human woman and create a hybrid? Absolutely. Could a woman have her eggs or ovum extracted and create a hybrid being off world? I think that's possible too. The important aspect to I think not forget is that with sufficiently advanced technology, anything is possible. So when most certainly. Okay, so we can certainly get into that discussion. So usually this is the wheel within a wheel vision that is approximately around 600 before the common era. Pardon me. Well, this is the biblical book of Ezekiel. If you're talking about the wheel within a wheel, um, that absolutely. So this occurred around historians think around 593 before the common era, and it was a vision that occurred during the Babylonian exile. Some modern UFO theorists claim that this vision describes advanced technology or spacecraft. Mainstream interpretations view the vision as symbolic. So, some basic facts in Ezekiel chapter 1, it contains one of the most detailed visionary descriptions of in the ancient world. The vision became one of the foundations to later Jewish mysticism and certainly Kabbalistic understanding. The wheel within a wheel is one of the most analyzed images in all of biblical literature, and many ancient readers understood the account as a supernatural vision rather than a technical report. So we have Ezekiel. His name in Hebrew means God strengthens, and he was a Jewish prophet uh, active during the 6th century before the Common Era. He was likely born around 622 of the Common Era, and he belonged to a priestly family of Judah. He was taken into Babylonian captivity in around 597 before the Common Era. We have the Judeans, the people of Judah, the population of the kingdom of Judah, and many were deported to Babylonia after military defeat. We have Nebuchadnezzar, who his Akkadian name is connects the name Nabu, Babylonian god of wisdom, and Kudiri, air, and Usur, protect. So his name literally means, O Nabu, protect the air. He was the king of the Neo-Babylonian Empire from 605 to around 562 before the Common Era. He conquered Jerusalem in 597 of the Common before the Common Era and 586 before the Common Era. And he's responsible for the deportations of Judeans. Ezekiel is one of the few biblical prophets whose um, ministry can be dated with unusual precision. He lived among exiles rather than in Jerusalem. His writings contain more visionary imagery than almost any other biblical prophet, and his priestly background may explain the strong emphasis on divine glory and sacred symbolism. So now let's get to this wheel within a wheel. What is it? He describes giant wheels beside heavenly beings. Each wheel appears to contain another wheel intersecting it. The wheels can move in any direction without turning. He also describes living creatures. Four supernatural beings accompanied the wheels, each possessing four faces and four wings. There was a divine throne. It was positioned above the creatures and the wheels, and it supports a radiant divine figure. There's the idea that the glory of God was a visible manifestation of the divine presence. The wheels were covered with eyes. The wheels move in perfect coordination with the living creatures, and the entire structure functions as a heavenly throne chariot. Similar throne imagery appears in other ancient Near Eastern cultures as well, but this is one of the major connections that people make to UFOs in the Bible. There are some others. If uh, you'd like, we can certainly address those. And like, is the term UFO actually mentioned in the Bible, or something along those lines? And generally, it is not, but some people do have some interpretations as to um, what occurred. So, um, within the Hebrew Bible, we're talking about Tanakh. This is Torah, Nevi'im, and Ketuvim, meaning our Hebrew Bible canon. There is divine throne imagery, which we just discussed somewhat, angelic messengers, hybrid or ambiguous beings, fiery ascension events, structured celestial hosts, complex visionary systems, especially like what we're talking about in Ezekiel. So, Genesis, the earliest ambiguous divine human narrative. There's a key passage. Certainly, the sons of God saw the daughters of man, that they were fair, and there were giants on earth in those days. The sons of God, these divine beings, which we discussed, were the Nephilim. Then within Deuteronomy, we have the idea of when you see the sun, the moon, and the stars, even all the host of heaven. There is an idea of celestial bodies described as an organized host. It reflects ancient cosmological worldview. It reflects an ancient cosmological worldview. It's not described as biological beings or spacecraft, but it indicates a structured hierarchical view of the heavens. Now, in the second book of Kings, there's a fiery ascension event. Uh, this occurs. There appeared a chariot of fire and horses of fire, and Elijah went up by a whirlwind into heaven. And I think this is maybe what you were referencing with Elijah. Absolutely. So absolutely, absolutely, and they both start with E. No big deal. Prophetic ascension. This is a prophetic ascension narrative. The fire and whirlwind imagery signal divine presence. There's no mechanical structure, device, or craft described, but it does share a thematic pattern with other non-death departure figures. Then there's Ezekiel, the complex visionary system, and it's the most detailed text. Um, so basically, there's a whirlwind and cloud approach. There's a fire within the cloud, four living beings, four faced anatomy, interlocking wheels, radiant expanse, throne above the expanse, and a human-like figure on the throne. So there's a key being the Hayot, which are the living beings. These are the four faces. There's a human, which is intelligence. There's a lion, which generally is a Hebrew word aryeh, which references strength and kingship. There's an ox, which is shore, which is stability and labor, and then an eagle, nesher, which is sky and height. And I should say human is the intelligence aspect about this. The four faces were not necessarily separate beings, but a simultaneous multi-face structure. There's a symbolic representation of the domains of creation, and it reflects absolutely. So this idea reflects the ancient composite throne iconography traditions, and each creature is unified and doesn't have necessarily anatomically separate parts. Now the wheels part, this is Ezekiel 1:15 through 16. We have the Ophanim, which means wheels, a wheel within a wheel. It's described as self-moving. It's coordinated with living beings above them. They contain a spirit of or movement. The idea of spirit is a term ruach, and multi-directional motion without turning. The throne is from Ezekiel 1:26. Above the firmament was the likeness of a throne and the likeness of a human upon it. The entire structure is explicitly likeness, which is the visionary framing of it. It's not described as material architecture. There's a central text for later mystical systems, which is known as the Merkava tradition, and most detailed symbolic system. It's the most detailed symbolic system within prophetic literature. Uh, in terms of the idea of a stargate, uh, I think it's important to define what a stargate is. Uh, and so, uh, if we were to take the traditional idea of maybe like a teleportation um, a mode to be able to teleport, that's many times what it's considered. So maybe it creates a portal between two distant locations in space. There's an ancient meaning of this, um, usually a symbolic doorway between the realms, earth and the heavens, or the physical and spiritual, human and divine, ordinary reality and higher consciousness. People often connect this idea with ancient temples, pyramids, sacred geometry, celestial alignments, myths of gods descending from the sky. Some uh, Enoch's visions have been described as this. The Mesopotamian ziggurats, certainly as mountains connecting heaven and earth. Even the Great Pyramid of Giza and its shafts have been interpreted as this. Now, the idea in terms of perhaps aliens, some modern theories claim ancient civilizations had literal portals or technology given by advanced beings, sometimes connected to the Anunnaki idea. This is popular in some alternative history circles, but generally there's no accepted mainstream archaeological evidence that ancient cultures possessed physical stargate technology, but there is a deeper symbolic idea. The interesting part is that many cultures share the same pattern. There's a boundary that exists between the worlds. A special person or object or location crosses it, and knowledge or power comes back. So, some examples of this occur with Enoch ascending to heaven, Elijah being taken upward, shamans traveling between realms, gods descending from sky in some ancient myths, heroes entering the underworld and returning. So when whether someone means a literal portal, like we would see in some type of media, or a spiritual symbol, Stargate could represent both of those. It's basically a device or a location or perhaps the way to travel from one place to another, usually something like a portal between two distant locations. Yes, this is all sacred geometry, and the ancient peoples were always trying to either transcend the the real world into some other type of portal. They were obsessed with the infinite, they obsessed with power and energy, and the one interpretation is that they used this type of symbology to be able to describe that which they desired. And all of the examples that you gave are perhaps examples of this. And we use them to this day. So we're not much different, even in corporate logos and such. Many of these ancient symbols are utilized in the modern age. It's an excellent question. Um, there is an argument that CERN itself is a underground project. For those that don't know what we're referencing, this is the super collider in Switzerland that, to my knowledge, is going to close until 2029 to have some renovations, which is somewhat interesting to me, um, most certainly. But it's the largest particle collider in the world. I want to say that there's a scientific answer that's given, but then there are also alternative theories. I don't know what I believe, but I will tell you what I've heard. I have heard that CERN is a place that perhaps is a center core for the deep state, that there it may have connections to some type of underground tunnel system, that it may be used as a cover for the intelligence agency, that you can generally say that you're an engineer and people don't press you on the issue too much, especially if you say, oh, they're an engineer at CERN, because then you can really travel the world unobstructed, um, and always be able to give the answer that you're an engineer at CERN. This is a similar cover story that many people gave with the Manhattan Project during the development of atomic weapons in New Mexico. Whether or not this is true, I've also heard some other interesting theories on the matter. That there may be some kind of connection between CERN and Lake Geneva, and a some type of uh, layer I've heard before. Whether this is true or not, I don't know. I'm doubtful of anything that I've heard before I see some evidence. But I've heard that alpine lakes are very deep, much deeper than many people think, and that there may have been a tunnel system that has created some kind of base at the on the floor of Lake Geneva that that there's a connection to um, CERN as well, and so it would be easy for people to be able to meet, perhaps in the intelligence world or some type of even off-world entity, by just giving the argument that they are going to CERN. Um, I've also heard the idea of time travel and CERN, and that um, it could create artificial black holes that could perhaps envelop the entire world. There's not a lot known that's publicly available in terms of much of many of the clandestine programs that are occurring at CERN. But if time travel is going to occur anywhere, or even any evidence of such, it is my thought that CERN would be probably at the epicenter of this because it's the largest particle collider in the world. Um, and you had mentioned earlier as well the idea of time travel. Do you want to get into that? Yeah, it was quite interesting. So this is an event I believe that happened in toward the end of 2009. Some people stated that it was a Stargate, like we talked about earlier, because it really did look like a Stargate into the sky. It was basically a blue and white spiral that appeared above Norway, um, and the spiral seemed to expand with a bright center and huge circular ring. Many people filmed it, and theories spread about UFOs and wormholes, stargates, secret experiments, ancient technology. The official explanation was less mysterious, of course, as it always is, that it was a Russian missile test from the Russian Navy that failed, and the missile was launched from a submarine in the White Sea, and the failure caused fuel or exhaust to escape while the missile was spinning. The sunlight illuminated the expanding spiral plume high in the atmosphere, creating the effect. Basically, a spinning rocket plus leaking fuel or exhaust plus high altitude sunlight plus cold atmosphere equaled a giant spiral in the sky. However, it looked so unnatural because it really looked like a portal. There was circular geometry, a glowing center, an expanding ring, and it was perfectly spiral. And that's what leads me to think it perhaps may have been more than just that Russian test. Um, and it was almost like a door in the sky that would have been described in mythology. And while it's not evidence of a literal stargate, it is a good example of how perhaps a real event, a real physical event, could resemble an ancient idea about the gateways between the worlds. And imagine if we were ancient people and we saw that, we would think that it was certainly something. Yeah, so that's consistent to what I know. And so as I understand, CERN is shutting down for 3 years after that collision, um, and it's not shutting down permanently, but the Large Hadron Collider is scheduled for a major planned shutdown called Long Shutdown 3 (LS3). So its 2026 run is the final data taking period before this period, and it's planned around this summer. Um, and then um, from there, there's going to be some major um, maintenance upgrades and preparation for what's called the high luminosity LHC phrase that's directly from CERN. It's interesting though that they would need to shut down for so long or all of it. It seems like maybe you could work on it in pieces, but apparently you cannot. And but yeah, as I understand, the final um, run occurs this summer. It will close down mid 2026 or so, and then start up again in 2029. Yeah, most certainly. So, just to give some ideas, and we've been talking about myths and religion, philosophy, and such. Ancient religions and myths already contain time distortion ideas. In Hindu tradition, stories describe characters visiting different ages of time, where time flows differently for gods versus humans. Similar ideas appear in Buddhist cosmology and various folklore traditions. Philosophers later questioned time itself. Early thinkers debated whether time is absolute or relative, but no scientific model existed yet. The first clear literary time travel statement in a modern complex, the first not recognizable modern time travel story is the 1895 H.G. Wells book The Time Machine. This is the first major work where a machine is used to intentionally travel into the future. It introduced a mechanical time machine, forward time travel as a scientific concept, a structured explanation of future evolution. This is widely considered the birth of modern time travel fiction. The scientific foundation, the real physics, begin with special relativity that was developed around 1905 by Albert Einstein. It introduced the theory of relativity. The key idea is that time is not absolute. Time slows down at high speeds with time dilation. This means forward time travel is real and proven in small amounts. Examples: astronauts age slightly less than people on Earth due to velocity plus gravity effects. Then there's the advent of general relativity in 1915, where gravity bends space time. Strong gravity equals slower time, meaning if you are near a black hole, time dilation becomes extreme. This also supports real forward time travel. There's theoretical backward time travel as well. So physics allows mathematical possibilities, but not proven reality. The possible mechanisms are wormholes, which are like space-time shortcuts, rotating black holes, known as Kerr black holes, closed time-like curves, solutions in Einstein's equations. The problems exist though. It requires exotic matter not confirmed to exist, instability, which would it would perhaps collapse instantly, and causality paradoxes. And these are fascinating to me. So some of the paradoxes why at least backward time travel is hard. There's the grandfather paradox. If you change the past, you might erase yourself. The bootstrap paradox. Information or objects loop with no origin. These raise major consistency issues in physics. The main scientific views today, modern physics consensus is that forward time travel is real via relativity. Backward time travel is theoretically possible but unproven and perhaps quite difficult. Most physicists lean toward that nature protects causality. Time travel to the past may be forbidden, but it may not be. But at least utilizing Stephen Hawking's chronology protection conjecture, it may have some forbidden aspects. So, in terms of how can we time travel, at least there are some theorized and some um, speculation on how we can do it. So, of course, what we just referenced, special relativity, traveling near the speed of light causes time to pass more slowly for the traveler. This was proposed by Albert Einstein. Time dilation has been experimentally confirmed. Astronauts age slightly slower than people on Earth. Faster speeds create greater time differences and allows travel into the future, not the past. Then there's general relativity, which we touched on as well, that strong gravity slows time. Massive objects warp spacetime. Clocks run slower near strong gravity. GPS satellites must account for the effect. Black holes create extreme time dilation, and future time travel becomes theoretically possible. There's black hole time dilation, where time slows dramatically near a black hole. This is predicted by general relativity. Extreme gravitational fields affect time. Minutes near a black hole could equal years elsewhere. It's been popularized by the movie Interstellar and other works, but there's no practical method currently existing. Then we have wormholes, which are basically hypothetical shortcuts through space time. Sometimes called Einstein Rosen bridges, they could connect distant locations. They may connect different times. They require exotic material in most models, but these have yet to be observed. There are cosmic strings. So, this is a hypothetical defect in space-time. It's been predicted in some cosmological models. They could warp space-time dramatically. They might create closed time-like curves. There's no confirmed detection, and they still remain theoretical. There's a Tipler cylinder, which is an infinitely long rotating cylinder. This was proposed by Frank J. Tipler. The rotation bends spacetime. It could theoretically permit time loops. It requires impossible engineering and it's considered impractical. There's Kerr black holes, which are rotating black holes. These were predicted solutions to Einstein's equations. They contain unusual space-time geometries. They may allow closed time-like paths. Internal stability is debated and unproven as time machines. There's closed time-like curves, paths that loop back in time. These are allowed by some relativity solutions. They would return a traveler to an earlier point. They create causality paradoxes. They're extensively studied mathematically, but again, never observed. There are quantum time travel models. These may permit unusual temporal effects. These have been investigated by theoretical physicists. They involve Certainly, absolutely. They involve quantum information. They remain highly speculative. There's no practical technology that exists, and it has not been experimentally demonstrated. There are many worlds timelines. These are changing the past, creating an alternate timeline. So this is based on interpretations of quantum mechanics. It avoids grandfather paradoxes. They're popular in science fiction. They're not experimentally verified and again remain hypothetical. There's cryonic suspension. So this is preserving people for the future. Bodies are frozen after death, intended future renewal, not true time travel, and no human has been revived, but it represents one-way future travel conceptually, and in a similar way, even just sleep from a subjective standpoint is is has an argument of some type of time travel by the person who was asleep. Generation ships. So these are multi-generational space voyages. Travelers experience normal time. Descendants reach distant futures. It's been proposed for interstellar travel. No generation ship exists, but it's sometimes called social time travel. There's relativistic starships, near light speed spacecraft, the use of relativistic time dilation. Travelers age slowly. Earth experiences decades or centuries. This is consistent with known physics. It requires enormous energy. There's suspended animation, the reducing biological activity. It's been studied in medicine. It is inspired by hibernating animals. It could preserve travelers. It's not currently capable of long term use, and it is a form of future skipping. There's the simulation theory that reality may be a simulation. This is a popular philosophical idea that time could theoretically be manipulated. There's no supporting evidence. It cannot currently be tested conclusively, and it does remain speculative. There's higher dimensional travel. This is moving through extra dimensions. It appears in some theoretical physics. It's common in science fiction. It could bypass normal space time. There's no evidence for practical use, and it's highly speculative. There's temporal consciousness transfer. This is sending information rather than matter. So this is popular in science fiction. That consciousness, it's the idea that consciousness moves through time, avoiding physical transport issues, no scientific evidence. Again, it's hypothetical. Retrocausality, this is that future events influence past events. It appears in some quantum interpretations. It's studied philosophically. It does not imply human time machines. The evidence remains controversial and it's mostly theoretical. There's the ancient mythological time shifts. Many traditions describe altered time. This does appear in Jewish, Hindu, Celtic, and Buddhist stories. Heroes enter other realms. Different time rates occur, usually symbolic or theological, and these are not scientific claims. And then there are fictional time machines, the mechanical devices used to travel through time. This was introduced in The Time Machine. They're common in literature and film. It includes vehicles, portals, and devices. Of course, we don't have any real examples yet, and they are fictional concepts. But those are some time travel methods that we can currently hypothesize. And then you also had the question about the moon. Is that correct? Yeah, I do. We can get into that. So we did discuss higher dimensional travel, moving through extra dimensions. In terms of Looking Glass, uh, uh, I think I may have said higher dimensional, but you can you can use any of them are fine. I've really used. Um, so if we want to get into the Looking Glass, I do have and what I feel to be um, just some interesting aspects of it. So if you would um, just bear with me a moment, and I can um, make some clarifications regarding it and um, the the idea that there may be something known as a looking glass that is an actual piece of technology. So this is a just a fabulous story that I want to go into. I know that some other people may find interesting as well. So this is the idea of President Eisenhower Greada, the Greada Treaty narrative, and the Looking Glass system. So this is a story, uh, why the story exists in a system, and I want to say this is a narrative. As anything that I've said, there's very little, if no evidence. These are just stories. If anything, we would just be telling a vision or telling an understanding of ancient peoples. But this is a narrative built around the idea that the first contact between humans and non-human intelligence occurred during the Cold War. There are arguments to be made. Maybe it's been happening for longer periods of time, but perhaps this is the first time that we actually had humans had some type of treaty that was developed. The governments treated it as a national security issue. That contact led to controlled agreements rather than open disclosure. That long term classified programs developed around knowledge gained. And in this work, UFO encounters are not necessarily random events, they represent structured interaction between two technological civilizations. So, the Eisenhower era context, the 1950s were framed as a turning point because nuclear weapons were introduced and created a global existential risk. Aerospace technology advanced extremely quickly. Radar and early warning systems began detecting unknown aerial objects. Within the narrative logic, these conditions made contact more likely or more urgent. Leadership decisions would prioritize stability over transparency. Highly classified channels would be used for sensitive encounters. Now, allegedly, and that's with all of this, I can't emphasize that enough. All of this is alleged. Edwards Air Force Base and Holloman Air Force Base had a key role. These bases are central because they are secure, restricted military aerospace facilities. They are already handled experimental aircraft and classified testing. They have large open desert surroundings suitable for controlled operations. The narrative is that Edwards Air Force Base is often framed as an observation or staging site, and Holloman Air Force Base is often framed as a landing or meeting site. The claim sequence pattern was that radar detection of anomalous, uh, anomalous craft was occurring. There were military interception attempts, controlled landing arrangements, and then restricted access meetings involving secret or secret meetings involving select officials. The Greada Treaty concept is the idea that there was a technology exchange, basically proportion concepts beyond known aerospace capability, energy generation principles not publicly understood at the time, advanced materials knowledge, biologic in exchange for limited human subject involvement for study the alien abduction phenomenon, medical and genetic observation programs, which is what you were referencing earlier, Missy, with the idea of this hybrid DNA type system. Yes, Ye- yes. And so that may be an example of predictive programming, allowing humans to um, essentially become exposed to these stimuli before they actually occur. So the secrecy framework was strict compartmentalization, no public acknowledgement, and then controlled dissemination within the government. The logic behind it is that humans are technologically asymmetrical compared to the other party. The agreement is framed as pragmatic survival diplomacy rather than equality. The internal government structure in the narrative is a major part of the story, is this institutional separation. The claims include the creation of special access programs outside normal oversight. Only a small number of officials have full knowledge. Intelligence agencies operate compartmentally. The outcome of the narrative is that knowledge is fragmented across departments. No single person has full visibility. Long term secrecy becomes self reinforcing. The technology acceleration theme is a key supporting idea that in post 1950s technological growth is that it's unusually rapid. Areas often cited are aerospace propulsion improvements, satellite reconnaissance development, stealth technology emergence, computing and semiconductor expansion. Some breakthroughs are attributed to direct knowledge transfer, reverse engineered of recovered materials, and indirect inspiration for anomalous data. Now, this glass concept, which is absolutely fascinating to me, this is a presented as a later stage development in the same system. The idea is that there's a high level predictive modeling system designed to simulate future outcomes of complex systems. It uses advanced computation far beyond standard model tools. The claimed capabilities are the projection of geopolitical outcomes, simulation of timeline branching scenarios, identification of stability and collapse points in systems. It is not necessarily magic foresight, it is extreme scale predictive computation. The physical interpretation variations, the system is described inconsistently in different accounts. There's version one, it's a mirror interface, a reflective surface used as a symbolic interface for viewing outputs. There's version two, a black box system, a sealed computational device with classified internal architecture. There's version three, an AI simulation platform, a disturbing computing system running large scale predictive models. The shared theme is, though, that it functions as a reality modeling interface, not a conventional machine. The looking glass name meaning, um, there are a few possible meanings. It's a tool for observing alternate outcomes, a boundary between present reality and modeled future, modeled futures, a metaphor for reflective simulation rather than literal optics. The institutional storage claims, and this has always been fascinating to me as well. I'm a Freemason, and there's always been some kind of Freemasonic lore to this, that the um, Looking Glass is stored in this with the Scottish Rite Association. Some versions of the narrative link the system to symbolic institutions. The claims include sensitive systems or archives that are housed in elite ceremonial buildings. Specifically, it's been alleged that this would be the House of the Temple in Washington, D.C., is sometimes mentioned. These institutions represent continuity, secrecy, and long term custody. They serve as symbolic anchors for hidden knowledge systems. I do want to say, though, at least within my lodge, none of this has ever been discussed. So if it's going on, it's perhaps in some other lodge with which I have no connection. The I've I've heard these arguments as well. So the idea of a breakaway capability concept, there's another key idea that there's a long-term separation of technological development. The structure is that highly classified programs operate independently of public science. The funding and oversight are hidden through layered contracting systems. The projects continue across administrations without interruption, and the result is parallel technological development, um, uneven public understanding of actual capability levels. I've heard that this, if it does exist, this looking glass is basically a something at which you can look that can tell you the events that will happen in the future. And I've always thought to myself, if you can have any closed system, whether it's the universe or even the solar system, and you could know the position and velocity, which violates the Heisenberg theory. But if somehow you could get around some of the difficulties of knowing the velocity and position of a particle, you could basically run a simulation in that closed system to know every outcome that may potentially occur. And that's the idea of what the looking glass is. And I just find it to be absolutely fascinating. And one other thing that you had mentioned is Apollo. Is it okay to get into that? Oh, an excellent question. Can I travel forward or backward, or both, or anything that? Yeah, perhaps to a point where the idea of a time traveling craft is created, because then I could, whenever I want, travel to any. You get sure. Absolutely, no worries. So the idea, it may seem kind of a creative idea, but I would time travel to whatever time that I could get a time machine, because then I could time travel whenever I want, wherever I wanted, either to the forward or backward. But if we don't have that ability, um, I would like to perhaps be able to time travel to a time when humanity may be able to delay or perhaps avoid indefinitely the idea of death, because then I could be able to live as a android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of myself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever I want to be, for as long as that I want, and so long as I enjoy it. But I would probably say if I were going to go in the future, that's when I would go. As for the past, it'd be nice to just go back to 2009 and just buy all the Bitcoin that would be needed and immediately be the wealthiest person on earth, or within a decade or so. But without having that kind of foreknowledge, um, I don't know if I would very much like many ancient times. They seem to be quite brutal and barbaric. Um, but I I very much would also like probably 1950s California seems to be an age uh, of for some people, not for all people. There's certainly a lot of segregation and things that were occurring then, but it seems to be a time where the American future seemed bright, where the opportunity for the golden age of development seemed on being at the precipice of that. The discussion of the space race was occurring, and it just seemed to be a more innocent time for some people. But again, not for all people. So if I had to go back in the past, it might not necessarily be all that far back. 1950s California seems quite potentially quite enjoyable. In the future, if I could go at any time, it would be a time when I could get into a time machine. What about you, Missy? What would you choose? Absolutely. All right. Okay. Absolutely. So I'd like to first say what evidence do we have that we did go to the moon? I think that's important, and then we will have any type of evidence that we didn't. So the big thing, and something that for many years I had faith in, were the retroreflectors. Retroreflectors, basically laser ranging experiments. Astronauts allegedly placed special near arrays on the lunar surface during the Apollo missions, Apollo 11, 14, and 15. Allegedly, these are still used today. Observatories on Earth bounce lasers off them to measure the Earth Moon distance with centimeter precision. The experiment is called lunar laser ranging. It requires precise placement by humans on the moon. It's still independently used by observatories worldwide, and allegedly, it's not it cannot be replicated by unmanned probes of the 1960s era. I will say this though: I have heard the skeptics say that the moon is reflective enough that these types of retroreflectors are not necessary, nor were they necessary. And there's even evidence that the Russians in the late 1950s, early 1960s were able to do this before anyone had gone to the moon. So, and I want to say for this topic, it's near and dear to my heart. I'm very passionate about it, but I want to leave uh, the options open for the audience because I don't want to necessarily um, I don't want to necessarily be biased in one way or another. That's why I'm going to give both sides. The next piece of evidence that's given is that the Apollo landing sites are visible from orbit. Modern spacecraft has photographed Apollo landing sites. NASA's Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter has captured descent stages, astronaut walking paths, equipment left behind. These images show disturbances in hardware consistent with human missions. I will say this: I've seen them all, and if you can make that out, that's fine. It looks like a white pixel to me. My vision is certainly lacking. I don't have the best vision by any means, but the pictures are open to interpretation in my mind. The next are independent tracking by multiple countries. During the Apollo missions, the Soviet Union tracked Apollo spacecraft trajectories. Other countries with radio astronomy capabilities also monitored the signals. There's the argument that the USSR was a direct competitor in the space race and had no incentive to validate the US claims. Their tracking confirmed translunar injection and lunar orbit insertion. There is some argument, though, to be made that the USSR was perhaps bribed to um, keep their mouths shut on this topic, or perhaps given incentives. I believe there were some major agricultural incentives that were given during a time in the Soviet Union when grain was scarce. Um, and then there was also perhaps an agreement because the Soviet Union may have had some malfeasance that went on with Yuri Gagarin and their first person orbiting the Earth, or first person into orbit. So the idea might have been that there was an agreement between the USSR and the United States that Russia would get credit for the first human in space, and that the United States would get credit for the first manned moon landing, and they would not investigate each other. The next piece of evidence that's given are the returned lunar samples, physical rocks. Apollo missions returned about 382 kilometers or 842 pounds of lunar material. These samples have been studied globally. The key scientific confirmations, there are different these are different isotopic composition than Earth rocks. They lack there's a lack of water altered minerals consistent with airless environment. There's exposure to cosmic rays and solar wind and micrometeorite impact traces. These samples are distributed to research labs worldwide, including outside the United States. I will say this: there was a member of European leadership who was given one of these allegedly from Neil Armstrong, and he had it tested, and it turned out um, to be fossilized wood, essentially. So whether that's true, I wasn't there for any of this. I wasn't there. I don't know. And I think it's brave and okay to say that with stuff, whether it's religion or science or extraterrestrials. I don't know. I'm just asking questions. The next is independent scientific verification. Universities, geological institutes, international laboratories, their findings consistently confirm extraterrestrial origin, though I don't know how you would prove that. Exposure history consistent with lunar surface conditions. There's communication and signal tracking. Apollo missions are transmitted. They transmitted voice communications, telemetry data, video feeds. These signals are received by NASA ground stations, independent observatories, international tracking stations. The engineering consistency across the entire program. The Apollo program involved over 400,000 engineers and contractors, thousands of subcontractors, multiple redundant systems to fabricate the missions. It would require coordinated silence across decades, consistently across independent organizations, perfect replication of physics, consistent telemetry, trajectories, and materials. Well, there hasn't been coordinated silence on this issue. There have been whistleblowers. Um, there uh, are we have proof just from the Manhattan Project that um, a project with hundreds of thousands of people being involved, that secrecy could be kept through compartmentalization. So to me, that's not the strongest argument. The later missions confirm the earlier ones. Japan's JAXA lunar orbiters, India's missions, NASA's LRO mission. These missions map Apollo sites, confirm surface disturbances, match coordinates with Apollo mission logs. The radio and trajectory physics, Earth's departure trajectory, translunar injection, lunar orbit insertion, descent and ascent profiles, return re-entry physics. Human presence documentation. Evidence includes thousands of photographs, continuous video footage from multiple missions, in-flight telemetry logs, and mission transcripts recorded in real time. I don't think that there are. That's correct. Yeah, that's correct. I have notes on all of these topics. I'm asked about them regularly, and I felt it was time to organize them. So there's I have extensive blogs. The main one that you can read a lot of my beliefs and thoughts, but they're more on real world um, topics. You can find it at rabbirothschild.medium.com. I would like to write many books in the future, especially with the advent of AI. I think that's much more realistic than it once was. You could probably write a book and edit it and publish it within about a month if you really put your mind to it, when in the past that might take several years to do. It very well could be, and is yes, I do, if it's not already. So we're in a period of artificial narrow intelligence, which is basic AI. We are currently perhaps in the age of artificial general intelligence, where AI has the knowledge of moving into the human realm and then perhaps surpassing human intelligence. And then certainly once we get into artificial super intelligence, it will have become sentient. It most certainly, it's like any tool. I see it. Fire, you could use fire for good or bad. The wheel, you could use for good or bad. Steam, good or bad. Electricity, good or bad. The computer, the good or bad. And AI is very similar to this. So if you let fire get out of hand, it will kill you and it will kill everyone around you. AI could do the same. So you have to keep it under control. It is just a tool. It's it's an extremely valuable and powerful tool, and it can be used for good or bad. I'm in agreement with you that do I think that large language models really took their first exposure the um, to the public on November 30th, 2022, with the launch of ChatGPT? No, we've seen earlier versions of this, and perhaps this type of technology may be reverse engineered at some point of some type of alien alien craft, or some type of agreement that we've had. But in terms of, is it evil? Not necessarily. Is it good? Not necessarily. It depends who uses it and for what purpose. I do. With Haley Joel Osment. Yeah, Osment. And It depends how you want to define AI. We're certainly intelligence, and I would make the argument that's certainly a concern. We can get to that in a moment. There's an argument to be made that the first cyborgs are already existing. Uh, there's the first successful Neuralink patient. His name is Nolan Aspro. He had Neuralink, a brain computer interface company owned by Elon Musk, had um, the implant that occurred in 2021 and has been able to, or let's say early 2020s, and has been able to play video games better than your average human can. He has even surmised that in the future, in video game systems, we will need to have two leagues, one with people with brain computer interfaces and other people who are organic, almost in a similar way to where we have people who compete in athletics in organic terms and then enhanced games. I have seen it, yes. Absolutely. Another Steven Spielberg associated project. And in terms of cybernetics, this is really, in simple terms, biology plus technology. And there are arguments to be made that anybody with a pacemaker has cybernetics or has the elements of a cyborg. There are arguments to be made that even people who utilize pharmaceuticals and vitamins in many ways are extending their life artificially, and they are maybe the early primitive versions of cybernetic beings. And then we're eventually going to move into beings that have purely cyborg like bodies and perhaps organic brains or a hybrid of an organic cybernetic brain and one that can upload its mind into a computer through mind uploading or some other similar type of technology. And so I let's get. I have not, but I do know of that technology. Um, Generally, I've heard it known as a Santa Claus machine or a replicator, basically a 3D printer or even a 4D printer that's connected to all of the elements in the periodic table that can create anything that is necessary, including organic beings and inorganic beings. Uh, So, in terms of why the claims that the Apollo missions went to the moon, and I think that there's some clarification that should be made there. We're talking. So that's the major argument that is made by many of the skeptics of the moon landing, and we'll get into that in a moment. I do want to say that maybe this is for another time when we can perhaps discuss the secret space program. Perhaps something like that has been going on and persists outside the purview of public disclosure. But what we're talking about with the Apollo moon landings are a series of alleged moon landings that occurred beginning on July 20th, 1969, involving um, Neil Armstrong, the first purported man to walk on the moon, Buzz Aldrin, the second purported man to walk on the moon, and Michael Collins, who stayed in the orbiter around the moon, did not actually touch the surface of the moon. So the reasons why people say this hasn't occurred are goes to what you're saying, Missy, the Van Allen radiation belts, which is this area of perhaps immense radiation extending from about 1,000 miles off of the Earth's surface and extending for another tens or anywhere between 10 and 35,000 miles into space. There's an inner Van Allen belt and an outer Van Allen belt. There are arguments to be made, at least in the past, that uh, immense amount of shielding would be needed to be able to get through these Van Allen radiation belts, and that aside from the Apollo moon landings or Apollo moon missions, I should say, and the most recent Artemis 2 mission that occurred in April of 2026, just a few months ago, no human has ever traveled more than approximately 700 miles or so off of the surface of the Earth. So basically, we don't have a lot of evidence of humans being able to do this, and then all of a sudden we're able to do it multiple times without any casualties. Uh, there are a lot of skeptics who believe who there are a lot of people who are skeptical of this. Um, Yeah, exactly. Isn't that funny? April 1st, 2026. So this is a program that happened April 1st, 2026 until April 10th, 2026. It involved four individuals. Allegedly, they went further into space than any humans have gone. They went around the dark side of the moon, and I was frankly very disappointed with it, with the amount of evidence that they have. I'm a human who's been live streaming my life 24/7 for more than 4 years. And if I can live stream my life, I have the feeling that they should be able to live stream what they're doing, and they were not. We have heard that they have tens of thousands of pictures that are published. Go to the NASA website, the Artemis 2 multimedia page, and there are fewer than 1,000 pictures that are posted. Most of them are of the crew either before takeoff or after splashdown. Very few pictures that we get of the Earth. Even the pictures that we get of the Earth are very blurry. They're not high def. We don't have videos, which is what I would expect. If I can live stream my life, I expect NASA to be able to live stream that such an event as that, and I'm able to do it from multiple angles. I want the same for NASA. So I'm skeptical of that event. When NASA says that they have over 20 hours of video footage, but you go to their website and it's fewer than 10 minutes, I'm skeptical of that. When NASA went into space for 10 days, but still only publicly acknowledge that they have 20 hours worth of footage. I'm saying to myself, if you were there for 10 days, you should have 240 hours worth of footage, at least from one camera. Why wouldn't you live stream this? This would be such an amazing accomplishment to be able to do a time lapse of what life was, of what the going up in the craft would be, going around the dark side of the moon and coming back for a splashdown. We don't have that. Never a straight answer. Well, thank you, and thank you to your audience. I do my best. If you haven't heard about me before, you will in the future. I want to help all of those people. They've really asked really great questions, and I appreciate their engagement. If I may, I want to just review some of the reasons why skeptics uh, absolutely. First and foremost, I've got to say a shout out to some of the people in the skeptic community. One is Bart Sibrel. He published a movie called "The Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon." I recommend it. It's less than an hour. It's an excellent use of your time. You will be able to see allegedly the video of Buzz Aldrin, Neil Armstrong, and Michael Collins saying that they're halfway to the moon when they are in low Earth orbit and they rehearse the faking or alleged faking of moon shots, or I should say, Earth outside the window of the craft. It's not something I can necessarily describe all that well here. Just look at it. It's a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. Another um, amazing video of Bart Sibrel is called Astronauts Gone Wild. This is a man who was always fascinated with the moon and felt betrayed because he learned from some people within the community that the moon, Apollo missions at least, may not have been as accurate as described. And he confronted all of the living astronauts he could find, including Neil Armstrong, including Buzz Aldrin, who punches him in the face, including Michael Collins. And when you see it, I I'm not saying I can necessarily discern someone's guilt or innocence, but when these people are aggressive towards you, they punch you, they run away from you. If I went to the moon, I would be telling everybody about it. I'd be the biggest celebrity in the world. I would never shut up about this. I'd write books. I would document my life. I would be bigger than the biggest celebrity of all time. But generally, the Apollo astronauts lived lives generally quite conceited. They lived quiet lives, working for um, defense contractors, making huge amounts of money. That was perhaps some type of an exchange. And for instance, Neil Armstrong, after the press conference that he did, the post flight press conference, really doesn't make another public speech about the moon until he did for its 25th anniversary or so at a university, and he uses very cryptic language. If I went to the moon, it would not take me 25 years to talk about it publicly. I would make documentaries about it, and it wouldn't just be a clip of it. I would do long term discussions of what it was like, what it felt like, what the temperature was like. The Apollo astronauts generally are quite quiet on that, and they contradict themselves, which is very questionable. Some of them say that they initially did not go through the Van Allen radiation belts. Some of them don't even know what they are. And this is caught on camera, so I can't do it justice. You should check out the A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon, which is available generally on YouTube, but also at Sabrel.com. It's documentarian. Also watch Astronauts Gone Wild. There are some other people within the moon skeptic community, including Ralph Renee and Jara White um, quite a few that I can just think of off the top of my head, who have really all pushed for answers. None of them necessarily feels that they absolutely know everything, but there are some questions that certainly still exist. So if you haven't had the chance, watch those two films, and it will answer a lot of the questions. And it's I certainly agree that there's an electricity within birth pangs, um, in both good and bad. There's the pain of it, and then there's certainly the idea that that life is being brought to the forefront, and there's something really cool about that. Um, in terms of other people um, were who really brought the idea of the moon hoax alleged to the forefront. There's Bill Kaysing. He is often considered the person who popularized the moon hoax movement. He wrote "We Never Went to the Moon" in 1976, claiming NASA staged the landings. There's of course Bart Sibrel. There's David Percy, who's a British writer producer associated with these arguments. There's Gerhard Wisniewski. He wrote about the alleged uh, skepticism in Germany. There's Philippe Leheroux, another international promoter of these claims. The major things that you're going to see, though, just watch A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon and Astronauts Gone Wild. And if you still aren't convinced that something funny went on, please come to my Discord. Come to my Discord anyway, discord.me/rabbi. Let's talk it out. I love this subject. But yeah, so the argument is made that Stanley Kubrick, in exchange for being able to perhaps money and the ability to use some advanced um, camera for his movie, um, it's escaping me right now. I'll think of it in a second. No, no. Yes, he did. Yeah, room. Yeah, it's room. Um, so let's reference this. Stanley Kubrick. There are pictures of him with um, people within NASA. Um, upper echelon people right around um, the end of the 1960s. Of course, he was the director of 2001: A Space Odyssey, which is the first time humans really got a realistic version of what um, life was like in space. The idea is that he put um, a lot of clues within his movies. Room 237, I believe, in The Shining is what you're referencing. Um, so the clues that point to this, one of the characters is wearing an Apollo 11 sweater. Room 237 is um, generally said to be a reference to the fact that the moon is 237 miles from Earth, and that there are different visuals that reference NASA, space, and hidden knowledge, including the carpet and the Apollo launch uh, pavilion, um, and uh, there are other there are videos that I've seen of Stanley Kubrick. I don't know if these are true. I don't know if these are AI. I don't think they're AI though, because I saw them before AI really was in the mainstream. Um, uh, and I don't think they were computer generated, but allegedly um, Stanley Kubrick. There's a list of people who were allowed to go to the desert, and if you just give me a moment, I will give you a breakdown of the people, including um, including President Johnson, who were allowed to go to um, a a military base in, I believe, New Mexico, and it starts with an E. Um, and they had like highest clearance to be able to shoot this. It was shot in a warehouse, and basically like the it was a um, very high secrecy um, event. I've seen video of Stanley Kubrick and Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, Michael Collins, at least in the same area, but I can't find it since then. It's kind of one of those things that um, that has been um, wiped from the internet, but I saw it at one point. Um, now the base uh, in New Mexico, it starts with an E, and I'm gonna get it in a second, and we'll know more about this. Um, but the idea is that Stanley Kubrick was the person who um, directed this, and the idea was that the movie that he needed the camera on is Barry Lyndon, and the reason why is because um, the camera that was used would be able to allow him to film a movie just using candlelight, which was the idea of that, and it's uh, so the idea there was a whistleblower who had a deathbed confession of their father, who said, um, "Let me let their father actually killed someone um, in terms of this. So if you would just give me a moment, and I will get the specifics of this. Uh, so it was Eugene Gilmore claimed his father, who was supposedly a NASA-related insider security person, confessed before dying that the Apollo moon landing was staged in a studio. This claim was promoted in connection with Bart Sibrel. Some versions state that the confession revealed a secret film location and a list of people verified on the set. And I believe Bart Sibrel talks a little bit about this on the Joe Rogan Experience, if you're familiar with that um, podcast, and discussed that this list it was like the upper echelons of NASA, and it was not like thousands of people who were there. Um, this was allegedly it happened. Oh, it wasn't an E. It's Cannon Air Force Base in New Mexico. Apologies. So Cyrus Eugene Akers told his son that the fake Apollo filming operation happened there, and that President Lyndon Johnson supposedly provided a list of VIPs opportunity to see it. The list was never necessarily publicly verified or authenticated, but some people who were there were Lyndon Johnson, NASA officials and scientists, military officials, government figures. There was a specific alleged 15 name list, but that hasn't been independently produced as evidence. Um, but the idea is that this happened at Cannon Air Force Base in New Mexico. Whether it happened or not, I'm not sure. But here's what I can tell you: there's a uh, the idea of the moon. There are photographic anomalies. These include no visible stars in lunar sky photos. The shadows appear non-parallel or inconsistent. Lighting that seems like studio lighting. The American flag appearing to wave. That's really undeniable that the American flag waves, and there are all kinds of theories as to why this occurs. Um, the arguments are that, or the context explanation, camera exposure settings were optimized for bright lunar surface, not faint stars. Uneven terrain causes shadow angle variation. The flag motion came from astronauts rotating the pole, not wind, no atmosphere. The next is what we talked about, the Van Allen radiation belt argument. Some argue astronauts could not have safely traveled through the Van Allen radiation belt surrounding Earth. Their claim is the radiation levels would have been lethal with 1960s technology. Why it's raised, the belts contain charged particles. They sound like a major hazard in simplified descriptions. The context of this claim, trajectory through the belts was fast and carefully planned. Spacecraft shielding and mission timing reduced exposure. Radiation dose recorded by astronauts was within safe limits for short duration transit. But I will say this, one thing that isn't normally discussed are solar storms that can occur that can significantly impact the amount of solar radiation that people may be exposed. The flag and movement and vacuum misinterpretation is cited as a point. The American flag appears to ripple or move in videos. The context is the flag had a horizontal support rod. The motion came from astronauts planting it, and the pole oscillating in a vacuum. Motion dampened slowly due to a lack of air resistance. Um, Lighting and shadow geometry confusion. Some observers argue the shadows point in different directions. Lighting seems too uniform or stage-like. Why it seems suspicious. On Earth, studio lighting is often single source or controlled. Lunar terrain is uneven with slopes and craters. The context explanation is that the sun is a single light source. Uneven surfaces alter apparent shadow angles. Camera perspective distortion affects perception. Radiation temperature and survivability doubts. Another argument is environmental extremes. There's extreme heat and cold on the lunar surface. Just to give people an idea, um, the lunar surface in the sun is hotter than in an oven, and in the shade is colder than a freezer. Uh, that's an extreme amount of fluctuation. No atmosphere or protection. The argument is that humans could not survive such conditions in 1960s equipment. The uh, the context is that astronauts were insulated, wearing pressurized suits. The missions were short, hours on surface, not prolonged exposure, and life support systems were engineered specifically for these conditions. The next argument is technology limitations of the 1960s. A common skepticism point is that computers at the time were far weaker than modern phones. The claim is navigation, landing, communication were too advanced for the era. Why it seemed persuasive. Modern expectations bias perception of past technology. The context is that the Apollo guidance computer was specialized, not general purpose. Missions relied heavily on pre calculated trajectories. Ground control performed much of the computation. A lack of independent live public tracking. Some argue that only NASA claimed success, no independent confirmation at the time. The context is, or this claim is, other countries or observatories did not verify the missions. The context is multiple non-U.S. tracking stations and observatories did monitor Apollo signals. Uh, the Soviet Union tracked Apollo trajectories due to the space race monitoring. Much verification was not widely publicized or to the general public at the time. There's of course suspicion of government motivations, that there was a Cold War pressure to beat the Soviet Union, political motivation to win the space race, the possibility of stage demonstration for propaganda value. Also, President Kennedy, who had was died November 22nd, 1963, had made the prediction by the end of the decade of the 1960s that this would occur. Why these influence the belief? The large scale government programs are sometimes viewed skeptically. High political stakes make the idea of deception seem plausible to some people. Some people say that rocks or terrain look too perfect or studio like. Background mountains appear close or artificial. The idea is that the moon has no atmospheric haze. Distant objects appear sharper. Wide angle lenses distort perception or distance. Lighting is harsh and unfiltered compared to the Earth. Now, I can't show pictures and I can't show video. Just watch a funny thing happen on the way to the moon. You will see there's something called the C rock. It's basically what looks like to be a paper mache rock that has the letter C in it, that is consistent with how um, people use props within movies. Additionally, if you think of all of the pictures that you see of the moon, they're all the same, where it's flat and then there's like a line and then you get mountains in the background. This is very similar to how 2001: A Space Odyssey was shot. Um, basically, I can't do this topic justice without showing pictures and going really in depth for the listeners out there. Whether you're a believer or a skeptic, watch a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. Watch astronauts gone wild, and watch some of the other evidence that is purported, and make up your own mind. I am somebody who wants it to be true. I wanted to dedicate my life to space, and in many ways have, in addition to live streaming my life. But I certainly think some questions exist, and they still exist with Artemis 2. Why don't we see more stars? Why don't we have a continuous live stream? Uh, why don't we have many pictures of the backside of the moon, or video, long videos of the backside of the moon? I'm not. That's freaky. Absolutely. Very well could be. Well, with that, I want to thank your audience. I want to thank you first and foremost, Missy, for giving me this opportunity to share just some of the knowledge. Additionally, I want to thank the audience for their amazing questions. Shout out to you all for being skeptics and deep thinkers and wanting to know more and not being satisfied with the status quo. So excellent. I tip my cap to you all. If you want to find more about me, the best place to do it, find my social media is linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. You can read my writings on rabbirothschild.medium.com. You can join my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. Or if you want to just connect with me 24 hours a day and watch my life, type Rabbi Rothschild into YouTube and make sure to filter by live. That's very important. Filter by live, and you will see huge amounts of my life. And God willing, in the future, these types of discussions that we've had will become more mainstream because of people like you, Missy, who have given people like me the opportunity to share their knowledge and what they believe and what they've discovered and what they continue to learn. So thank you so much, and thank you again to your audience. I very much appreciate this opportunity. Oh, I love them too. Thank you so much, everyone. I look forward to further discussion.